Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Oh, excuse me. We're on day 7 now of the murder trial. So I think it's about wiretaps today. So let's, oh yeah, it's regarding wiretaps. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start. I'll just press play and hope you all enjoy it. I'll mute myself.
Where do you expect to start today, Ms. Kaplan?
We're starting with Sergeant Corbett, Part 3, to start introducing the wire.
I'm sorry.
Sergeant Corbett will be recalled to start laying the foundation for the wire.
We're going to be dealing with the wiretap this morning.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if the government, good morning. If the government happens to have a presentation for Sergeant Corbett, we haven't received it.
I don't have a presentation, Judge.
Thank you. All right, so let's go through the wiretaps. Does the state still intend to present the A through SS that was presented Friday?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go through each of those. I'm going to group these a little bit so we can move this along.
Your Honor, may I lay out a general objection first?
If it's real brief.
Real brief. With respect to the transcripts, I know that the state, or they've advised me that they're not seeking to have it go back to the jury, so they're staying consistent with the case law. These transcripts were given to us on Friday. They were not shown to us before that. They were not on the table when we were reviewing things. I see from the transcripts themselves that they were produced in early August. The state knew at that time that they would be using these transcripts, should have given it to us then. With respect to accuracy, there is no ability for us to be able to determine the accuracy, because frankly, we can't go over all of it in 48 hours.
Captain.
If they say so, Judge, I mean, I sent them to be discovered as soon as I received them, so.
What do you mean you sent them to be discovered?
I don't know. They're saying they didn't get anything, so I don't know what to do about that. I invited them to come look at everything, and they didn't take me up on it, and now they're telling me they didn't get anything, and I don't know what to tell you other than.
But what documentation do you have that they were sent to them?
I would have to consult my support staff to find out if they have any emails to show that they sent them, but all I show is in my system and listed as discovery. So I think they're demonstrative aids, they're transcripts of calls that have been known to the defense since the inception of the case.
But the whole point about transcripts is whether they have some objection to the accuracy of them. I mean, how are they supposed to have decided whether they're accurate without seeing them?
Well, there are some inaccuracies in the transcripts that I noted. I mean, in general, they're accurate, but I think that's why we give the instruction for the jury to rely on the evidence itself, that the transcript is just designed as an aid.
When did you get them, Mr. Dukas?
When the court did on Friday, Your Honor.
Well, I had time to review them, so I guess you did too. We'll start with A, B, and C. There's 3 conversations, and I'm just going to go in chronological order on these. April 19th. What's the state's theory of admissibility as to A, B, and C? Miss Adelson to Charlie Adelson and back and forth.
That they are not hearsay, they're not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but rather being offered to show what Mrs. Adelson does when she gets the information, has the contact with the undercover, and the effect on her as the listener, and then on Charlie as the listener.
you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd have a question.
I assume both defendants object to them as hearsay.
Correct. Yeah, sure, I'm the state line.
I'll sustain the objection. A, B, and C will be sustain the objection. It's hearsay. And an academic, perhaps only of academic interest, but I think of significance to the state of law in the state of Florida. I am sustaining the objection because law in the state of Florida at this point says so. Frankly, I think the law on conspiracy, admission of statement, hearsay statements in the state of Florida is outdated. They all go back to a 1949 U.S. Supreme Court case, Krulwich v. U.S., 336 U.S. 440, that's Krulewitch, that says conspiracy ended at the time the conspiracy is ended. Frankly, Krulwich does not appear to be followed by any circuit courts, federal circuit courts in the United States that I can find at this point in time. I haven't done totally exhaustive research, but Krulwich predates the federal rules of evidence. It applied the common law definition of conspiracy, which requires that the statements be in furtherance of the conspiracy charged in the indictment. That's no longer followed by any of the federal circuits based upon federal rules of evidence. Does not require that. Florida law, Florida rules of evidence are almost identical to the federal rules of evidence. However, no Florida case has ever recognized that change. Therefore, I'm bound by the Florida law. But frankly, I hope that if there's appeal out of this, the state needs to take a cross appeal as to that point. There isn't much conspiracy law in Florida. It just never has been updated, but it should be. But anyway, based upon current binding precedent, sustain the objection A, B, and C. Next week.
May I add one quick thing to that? Did Your Honor review United States v. Fields? I already cited that on the earlier motion. Okay. So the A, B, and C would not be offered as
I've sustained the objection. Thank you. D and E are on April 19th. Charlie Adelson to Ms. Magbanowa. And then on April 20th, again, Adelson to Magbanowa. Defense wish to be heard on those three calls.
Your Honor, Mr. Garcia, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Garcia's position is that if the court does entertain these calls, that we would move to sever the cases between Mr. Garcia and Ms. McDaniel, that if Ms. McDaniel was not a co-defendant in this case, evidence would not be admissible against Mr. Garcia. And obviously, this is something that incorporates culpability within the government's case towards Mr. Garcia. So, with regards to the court's position, that's where Mr. Garcia is.
Magbanowa.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
And what I'm looking for is some special issue with these. We're very short on time. Y'all knew this was coming.
As to Mr. Adelson's portion, would be hearsay, lacks us the ability to be able to cross him as well, too.
I'll overrule that objection. D, E, and F will be admitted. G, Mr. Adelson to Donna Adelson, state have any new argument to make as to that?
It's the same argument, Judge, that it's not being offered as a co-conspirator statement, but rather as evidence of the conspiracy, and that it's not hearsay.
I assume both defendants object to G.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I sustain the objection, and as to G, it's hearsay. H, anybody, any of the defense have any special objection? I understand you're generally objecting. Any special objection as to H?
Just reading my previous objection, Your Honor.
Same and add relevance. Your Honor, I feel that the state is trying to bring in certain phone calls to get sound bites, not to try to establish that there was a conspiracy.
H will be admitted. I and J are Miss Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Donald Adelson and then back. State have any new argument as to admission of them?
No, sir.
I assume the defense is objecting to both I and J.
Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sustain the objection as to I and J. K, defense have any? K and L, I'm sorry, they're both April 21st. Defense have any special objection as to K and L?
Just what's been previously stated.
Okay.
With regards to
Let's don't look for anything new.
Same, Your Honor.
All right. Overrule objection to K and L, they'll be admitted. M, Charlie Adelson to Donald Adelson on April 21st, and then Charlie Adelson to Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson on April 22nd. State have any additional argument as to them?
No, sir.
I assume the defense objects as to M and the N.
Correct, Judge. Same objection.
All right, sustain the objection as to M and N. Then we have a series of O, P, Q, R, well, let's leave out R and S. Let's see. O, P, and Q, that's Charlie Adelson to Miss McVanoa, then Miss McVanoa back to Charlie Adelson, and then Mr. Garcia to Miss McVanoa. Defense have any special objection as to those sets?
Just a
Conversation O, P, and Q.
Same objection, Judge.
McVanoa,
Same objection, Your Honor.
all right. Overrule that objection. Be admitted. There are two text messages. I have not seen the text messages. Do we have copies of text messages?
Yes, sir. Do you not have the content under?
Is that exactly what, in the content block, is that exactly what's said?
Yes, sir.
Any special objection to R and S?
Actually, no objection, Mr. Garcia.
Same objection.
I'll overrule McVanoa's objection as to R and S, admit R and S. T and U are conversations between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. State have any new argument as to those?
No, sir.
I assume the defense objects to both.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
T and U, I'll sustain the objection. Then we have on April 26th, call from Miss McVanoa to Charlie Adelson. there is a call from Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson, then a call from Charlie Adelson to Miss McBanoa, and then a call from Mr. Garcia to Miss McBanoa. Defense have any special objection as to any of those conversations?
Judge, we saw the thing on that with Mr. Garcia. We do have a question as to authenticity with regards to call Y number 128 taken April 26, 2016. And
We'll take those up during the course of the proceeding. Any other objection?
no, Judge.
Special objection, Your Honor.
All right. I am going to admit the one call that is Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. I assume there's a hearsay objection as to that call.
Which call is this?
W.
Hold on.
You wish to be heard? Yes.
Same objection.
All right. I am going to admit the call between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. I know is somewhat inconsistent with my prior rulings, but I think that series of phone conversations, there's a showing of a direct connection between them as to the discussion of the phone number. I think that connection is relevant. The statement is not being offered the truth of the matter, but to show the connection. So I'm going to admit V, W, X, and Y on April 26th. There's Z on Miss McBanoa to Charlie Adelson. Defense have any special objection to that?
Same objection from Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm trying to follow. We're on call 2176.
We're on 2125.
Z.
Same objection.
All right. I'll overrule the objection and admit Z.
Your Honor, I do have one additional, and I apologize.
Okay.
So Ms. Kappelman had shared with us the exclusion of some calls because it talks about potential.
You're talking down. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Ms. Kappelman had agreed to remove out some phone calls because of reference to marijuana or potential marijuana. Before we started today, I let her know that that call references it. That would be an additional objection because I don't believe it's been redacted out. There is conversation about that. It is an uncharged crime.
Conversation about marijuana?
Correct, Your Honor. Picking up a plant.
Say what?
Picking up a plant. There's specific reference to picking up a plant. And I think that any lay person would tie that over to marijuana.
This layperson did not.
And on page 4, Charlie tells you to smoke like that one. Actually, I'm getting this from Code of Council right now, Your Honor.
Yeah, Judge, it's on page 4, Psalm saying about that happened, Mr. Garcia. Charlie Adelson's, the transcript says, go on vacation, leave the effing kids at home, smoke a big fat effing joint, and have a cocktail.
That portion has been redacted.
What about the reference to the plant? Where are you getting that?
The plant is still in. I don't,
Where do you see that, Mr. DeCott?
I just have a quote in my notes. I don't have a page and line reference because we had other things besides reviewing these transcripts to do this weekend.
Page 4, line 7. No. I'm sorry, it's page 4, 7 to 10.
Mr. Adelson says, so I was kind of thinking if you want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card and a little treat at the end of your house.
that's been redacted on that copy.
Thank you.
Has that been redacted from the tape?
Yes, sir.
A and B, kind of on the fence about, truthfully. It is Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson and then back the other way. Kind of explains the wrong number that apparently is being used. Show the connection between the other calls. I'll hear any argument on AA and BB that you want to make specific as to that situation.
Again, Judge, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's actually not true because Charlie has asked Ms. McBanoa to call the number. Ms. McBanoa has indicated to Mr. Adelson that she did call the number, nobody answered, and he's now relaying that to Mrs. Adelson. But no one's actually called the number yet. So it's not that they have the wrong number, it's just that they're lying to each other about having attempted to call it.
Defense. You mind?
With regards to AA and BB, given what the government's proffered, what this does is it further confuses the issue with the jury, especially given the fact that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson have refused to abide by subpoenas sent by the government in this case. So what we're doing is we're playing snippets of calls between the Adelsons, between the mother and the son and the mother. And while the government's going to come forward and say, well, these are all lies, and people proper X and people proper Y, as counsel for Mr. Garcia, as the court knows, our defense is that the Adelsons instilled Mr. Rivera's services for this. Someone from Mr. Rivera's camp came and made threatening or gave an extortionist type of document to the Adelson. And so we don't have the ability to explore the contents of what this call meant, if there were other things that went outside of the call. So in addition to our previous arguments, we would say that this clearly violates our right to confront the witnesses in this call and to clarify issues which are relevant to our defense.
Yes, Your Honor. To add on top of that, Your Honor may see myself and Ms. Kwas feverishly talking back and forth, and what we're discussing at council table is whether we make the motion now under the rule of completeness, because this completely confuses what was going on. I'm not making that argument now, but allowing in just one side of all of these conversations would be very misleading and confusing to this jury, because there's completely different conversations going on that were causing the conversations between Charles Adelson, Catherine McBanoa, and then Catherine McBanoa and Sigfredo.
McBanoa, anybody have any special argument as to that from the defense side?
Judge, I just want to clarify, you are admitting A and B,
A and BB will be admitted.
With regards to CC, we'll stand on our previous objections.
CC, DD, EE, any special objection?
No, Judge, not from Mr. Garcia.
Nothing special, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow CC, DD, and EE. Sustain the objection as to FF and again, I'm a little bit on the fence as to GG. Is a call by Mr. Adelson to the undercover agent. Particular argument the state wants to make on that?
Just that it adds context to the later statements of Ms. McBanoa.
Defense.
This again, Judge, this goes towards our previous argument about our right to confront Mr. Charlie Adelson regarding the contents of this conversation and the previous objections we previously made.
McBanoa.
Would Your Honor mind if I remain seated?
You mind?
Faster.
If you keep your voice up.
Same objection.
I'm going to allow GG. Then we have, just says unanswered. I guess that means there's no conversation, Mr. Kaplan.
That's correct.
All right. And then we have series of conversations between Ms. McBanawat and Mr. Adelson, Ms. McBanawat and Mr. Garcia, Ms. McBanawat and Mr. Garcia, and back and forth between the parties. On April 28th, it'd be HH, simply a text message. JJ, KK, LL, MN, MM, then NN, which is a text, and OO, which is another phone conversation. Anybody have any special objection from the defense side as to that series of calls?
Judge, the only question that I have is, Judge, on the summary that the government gave us on NN, call number 1483, April 28th. I'm sorry, the text. It says, I called 3 times, no answer, and I didn't leave a message. And then in parentheses, it says hang up call at approximately 2:10 on undercover's phone. Obviously, the government's not going to introduce what's in parentheses, correct?
I think I can ask about that.
It's not a document. Is there a
No, sir.
document about a hang-up call?
No.
I just was confirming that that wasn't.
All right, McBanawat, anything special as to those?
Nothing special.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. I'll allow HH through OO. PP is on the following day, April 29th, Adelson to Miss McBanawat. Then there's May 13th, Adelson to Miss McBanawat, and then from Miss McBanawat to Charlie Adelson. Defense have any special argument as to those?
Not for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Your Honor, under the rule of completeness, I would argue that calls 3769, 3939, and 2656, these are calls on.
I don't have any of those before me. We'll take those up when you offer them.
Understood, Your Honor.
Any special argument beyond that?
Nothing special, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to allow those calls PP, QQ, RR. The last one, SS, I'm just struggling to see the relevance of the call. You want to explain any relevance of that, Ms.
This is the call
Kaplan?
that's previously been admitted with Ms. Johnson.
The 180 was admitted, Johnston to Charlie. I'm talking about the one above that, SS.
Oh,
Says Adelson to McBanawat.
yes, that's being offered to show that Mr. Adelson was paying for Ms. McBanawat's Lexus repairs.
Defense.
Once again, with our previous objections, also I believe that there is discussions of marijuana use peppered throughout the call with regards to Ms. McBanawat. And once again, we believe at this time, after the completion of the court's determination as to what calls are being admitted, we need to sever Mr. Garcia.
Ms. McBanawat objects to relevance. Your Honor, again, I believe that the government is trying to get in certain calls to have sound bites and things to argue. There's no relevance of the things being paid for throughout this entire trial during the state's case. They've entered in text messages, other evidence that Charles Adelson was paying for things for Catherine McBanawat well before their thought conspiracy. This does not add to any conspiracy if they have more evidence of conversations of things being paid for. It's not relevant, Your Honor.
Further, Ms. Kaplan?
No, sir.
I'll sustain the objection to SS. I mean, it's all over the waterfront. There might be some slight probative value, but it causes a whole lot more confusion than it helps. So that would be my ruling on those. Do you need me to repeat those, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the recording, April 20th, 2016. I've previously ruled that the conversation was admissible, left open the use of the transcript. I've had a chance to go back and again review that. Ms. Kappelman, the defense contention is that your attempt to authenticate that is by Agent Sanford. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And consistent with Martinez, was he part of the conversation for monitoring the conversation as it occurred?
No, sir.
Well, how do you square with Martinez to admit the transcript and that process?
He was being offered as having some expertise in specialized equipment for listening that would enhance his ability to hear what was being said beyond what the jury could hear.
I'm gonna sustain the objection as the transcript. There's no doubt in my mind that a jury listening to this conversation would simply be reading the transcript. They would not be listening to the recording. It is very difficult to follow. I did it multiple times with the aid of headsets. It is very difficult to follow. I don't think a jury would make the effort to follow the recording, which is, as pointed out, is the evidence, not the transcript. So I sustain the objection as the transcript. He would make some argument that he's an expert. I didn't quite follow that, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, sir. We found some authority, which I can't put my hands on right this second, which indicated that if he had specialized equipment that we could not make available to the jury for listening to the thing, that made it easier for him to hear, that he could testify about what it was he was able to hear with the specialized equipment.
If you have some authority to that effect, I need to see it.
Okay, I'll get it for you, Judge.
All right. At this point, my ruling is it's not admissible. If you show me something new, I'll consider it. It may be I need to have a proffer from Mr. Sanford, but I think that's unlikely. All right, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Certainly. It's Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt.
You remain under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Norris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, Sergeant Corbett.
Good morning.
I want to start by just clarifying one thing you were asked last week about your marital status. Are you married to anyone on this prosecution team?
No, I'm not.
All right. So were you involved in securing a wiretap in this case?
I was, yes.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is sort of a general term for an order that allows us to actually, law enforcement, to actually intercept the content of communication. So where with other forms of records or things, we're just seeing the numbers that are being called, with the wiretap, we actually get the content. So we can hear the voice that's being spoken, we can read text messages, things like that.
So what actually must be in place before you have the authority to monitor the content of calls or communications?
Well, obviously we have to have the authority. We have to have that order actually signed, and then that is submitted to the carrier. They provision us, they set up their equipment so they're able to send us that information in near real time. And then once all that's in place, we're able to do it.
What are the grounds for being able to get a wiretap on someone's cell phone?
That's a legal issue. Move on.
Yes, sir.
the court authorizes wiretaps. That's not a law enforcement decision, right?
Yes, sir.
Procedure.
So it's not true that law enforcement can just always listen into someone's phone calls.
That's correct. We cannot.
Can you explain to the jury what kind of equipment is used to do this type of monitoring?
Certainly, it is a rather complicated task, as you can imagine, but we do have software, computer-based software that assist us in listening or monitoring those communications. It displays for us the calls, it tells us the number that's calling in or being called, and it gives us some control in being able to stop and start the recordings, or enter information. We do synopsis of the calls as they're coming in to kind of generalize what that communication was about, so that when the case agents are reviewing it, they can see, kind of a written synopsis of what that call was involving.
Is there any involvement of the actual phone company or carrier?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're the ones that has to provision equipment to send us that information. And then troubleshooting along the ways, if something's not happening or we're not getting everything that we're supposed to, there may be some additional contact with them.
Is the monitoring done live in real time?
Yes, it is.
And you mentioned something about stopping and starting the recordings. Do you have to go through, you and the people who are conducting the monitoring of these conversations, any kind of training on how to do the monitoring?
Yes, there is. Anyone who's going to monitor the intercept is, one, very thoroughly briefed on the case itself, so they know the persons that are involved. They know the types of evidence that we're looking for, whether it be about, conspiracy or money or weapons or whatever it may be. They're aware of the types of evidence that we're seeking. And then yes, they monitor in real time. We're not allowed to listen to all conversation. So the wiretap, we have to be able to minimize or not listen to either privileged communication or stuff that's not relevant to our case. So we do have a mechanism, as I mentioned, to stop the recording. And then we kind of spot check it to see if that conversation has come back to something that we're allowed to listen to and is relevant to our case.
So you can't just listen to everything constantly from beginning to end of a conversation?
That's correct. Again, only things that are relevant to the goals of our investigation are we allowed to listen to.
Are you limited in time as to how long you can listen to something to determine if it's relevant or not before you do the minimization?
We are, and that varies a little bit by who may be party to the conversation, the experience of the monitor, and there's a lot of things that go in to exactly how long it takes us to determine whether that conversation is relevant or not. But once we make that determination, then yes, then we minimize the things that are not relevant to our case.
When you're listening, do you have to be on the lookout for code talk?
Yes, it is common. People don't speak openly or plainly.
I would object to this.
Can I proceed? When you're monitoring these conversations, do you have to be on the lookout for code talk?
Yes. As I was saying, it's quite common that people engaged in criminal activity don't necessarily speak openly about it, and they do use either code or some other ways to communicate to kind of mask maybe the true meaning of what they're saying.
Now, when you mentioned that you have to minimize, so you're listening, you don't hear anything relevant, so you minimize, and then you can come back to the conversation to see if now they're maybe talking about something relevant to the case. How does that sound if we're listening to a wiretapped call? How do we hear that the officers are minimizing the convo?
There is, as you're listening to the recordings, there will be an audio tone that you actually hear a couple of times, and that tone is when the call is minimized and then when it returns again. But there is a definite audio marker that tells us that has been minimized. And we're not able to hear it when it's minimized, and it's not recorded. So it doesn't exist. It's not like we could go back and listen to it later if we wanted to. Once we hit that button, that voice is no longer being recorded.
So every portion that law enforcement is listening to is recorded?
Yes, and only that portion.
And the beeping, I think it's a beeping sound, is where it's minimizing and then coming back on.
That's correct.
Which phones were tapped in this particular case?
We did Mr. Charlie Adelson's phone, the phone ending in 9223, and 2 handsets for Ms. Magbanawa, the 1312 and another phone later.
When you say 1312, is that the phone number we were discussing in your earlier presentations with respect to the time period of this homicide?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there was a later phone belonging to Ms. Magbanawa that was tapped as well?
That's correct.
And do you recall that phone number?
I do. It's 786-574-0338.
And which time period was that particular phone monitored?
It started the end of May, I believe May 24th of 2016 is when we began receiving audio on that phone.
Okay. And was the other phone number ending in 1312 active up until May 24th, 2016 or later?
I believe it was active later.
Who was in charge of supervising the listening? I can't talk this morning. Who was in charge of being the supervisor over the listening of these wire calls?
Well, there were a few people involved in that. There were supervisors that did the scheduling of persons who were responsible for that. I was kind of the technical supervisor in overseeing the technical side of it, making sure the equipment was operational, headphones, and all the things that it takes to actually implement the wire.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings that were created from all of the phone conversations that were monitored?
In real time, they're maintained by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They're a partner agency to us that allows us to conduct the intercept. So they maintain them during the wiretap, and then they're immediately transferred to the Tallahassee Police Department.
And at the Tallahassee Police Department, are those recordings kept in a locked cabinet that is securely secured?
Yes, they are securely maintained, yes.
And only certain officers would have access to that locked cabinet?
That's correct.
Is there anything else you think the jury needs to know about the process and the means by which law enforcement did the wiretap?
That's not a proper question.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions, Sergeant Corbett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Garcia?
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Whose decision was it to focus on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa's numbers?
Well, that was certainly would have been the case investigators or the investigative team as a whole. And I don't, it didn't focus to the exclusion of other people, but they were certainly of interest in our investigation.
But these are the only 2 numbers that you guys were able to obtain Title III wire intercepts for, correct?
3 numbers.
I apologize. These are the only 2 people whose phone conversations you were monitoring, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you're aware of the bump that was used to catalyze the intercept, correct?
I am, yes.
And you'll agree with me that in the bump, somebody poses as a Latin king, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And this person approaches Donna Adelson and gives her, I don't know if it's called a ransom note or a request or just a document that's the purpose of that document is just to initiate chatter, correct?
That's correct.
Who, now, if you remember, we had conversations with regards to where Luis Rivera was staying.
That's correct. Yes.
And there was an issue where we proffered to you that he had a home address that was on his license, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
You got to tie this into the wiretap process.
Well,
Saying that.
I'm getting there. Just give me just a little bit of
little quicker getting there.
a little leeway. All right. So you remember Jessica Rodriguez, right?
I do, yes.
All right. And that was the person whose residence you had listed under Rivera residence, correct?
That's correct.
Did law enforcement initiate a Title III wire intercept on Jessica Rodriguez?
We did not.
And you'll agree with me that he, according to your own testimony, had been residing there, laying his head there every night from the beginning of this conspiracy until after the conspiracy, correct?
I don't know the exact time frame that he was residing there, but certainly during the times that I was looking at, we thought that he was, yes.
And it was your testimony to this jury that he laid his head there every night, right? Pretty much?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And that you're aware that he was the father of multiple children with Ms. Rodriguez, correct?
I'm not personally aware of that, no.
Now, let's talk about the minimization. There is an agent that makes a determination as to what calls to terminate and which calls to memorialize, correct?
That's correct.
And you weren't one of those agents, correct?
I assisted in monitoring, very limited. If someone needed a break or something like that, or we needed extra people, then I may do a small amount of monitoring, but for the most part, no.
So there are other agents, were these FBI agents or were they local law enforcement?
I believe they were all Tallahassee Police Department members.
And the people that made the determination to minimize these calls, whatever occurred after the minimization was initiated, that's lost data, correct?
That's correct.
And give me 1 second, Judge. Thank you, Sergeant Corbett. No further questions.
Morning.
Good morning.
Everybody's talking really fast right now. So again, we have wiretaps set up for Charles Adelson, right?
That's correct, yes.
Catherine Magbanwa.
Yes,
You work at TPD.
I do.
The theory of the case is that the Adelsons are behind this.
That is, yes.
Not one wiretap on any Adelson. Let me correct that. Wendy Adelson, wiretap.
No,
Harvey Adelson,
no,
Don Adelson,
no,
Jessica Rodriguez.
no.
This could have been done.
I don't know that I can speak to whether the authority existed or not for anyone else.
One could say it would have been cumbersome. It would have been a lot of work, but we're talking about multiple law enforcement agencies, right?
Yes, and I don't know that cumbersome is certainly not the reason to do or not do an investigative task here, but I cannot speak again to the authority or the decision on whose phones were going to be intercepted.
So you can't tell this jury why Wendy Adelson's phone was not tapped.
That's correct.
So we don't know who she was contacting.
We do know who she was contacting. We have phone records, we have communication records. We just don't have the content of those communications.
You have phone records for these people in 2016?
For some, yes.
You don't have them for Catherine Magbanwa?
In 2016,
Call detail records?
yes, we do.
We can go sidebar, Judge. Sergeant, do you know the dates of what's been referred to as the bump?
I don't recall the specific date, but I know that was in the initial part of our intercept.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the wiretaps begin early April of 2016.
They do.
Do you have any call detail records beginning in April of 2016 and going through the time of the wiretap?
We do, yes.
For who?
I could not tell you specifically off the top of my head, and let me clarify that part of the wiretap also includes delivering to us basically real-time call detail records. So as I mentioned, in addition to just hearing the voice, we're actually seeing the numbers that are being dialed. So we have a record of that. So even if we don't have communication or something else, we still know who is attempting to call who as a process of receiving that real-time data. We receive that real-time information for other people involved in the investigation, and then again, as well as collecting historical call detail records for some persons.
Sergeant Corbett, we'll come back to that because those are your records. Do you have call detail records for Catherine Magbanwa during the time of the bump?
During the time of the bump, we were on a live intercept for her, so we do not have any historical records for that time. The other phone that I mentioned did not come into service until after the bump.
Sergeant, the 1312 number. Now, this is the phone that she had 2014, 2015, 2016.
That's correct.
You do not have call detail records from the service provider for April, May, and June during the time of the wiretap, do you?
We do, and I'm sorry if I'm not clear, but we receive call detail records include the date and time of a transaction, the duration, the calling parties, and location information, the cell sites being utilized. So we can get that information historically, or we can get that information in real time. We call that a pin register or trap trace. And that is, again, the carrier in real time is delivering us those exact same historical call detail records, but we're getting them in real time. So we're, again, able to see the date and time of a transaction, who's calling who, and the cell sites that are utilized. So while we don't have historical records, we didn't get something going back in the past. We didn't need to because we were getting that exact same information in real time.
Perfect. So let's now go over to Sigfredo Garcia. No wiretap for him, right?
That's correct.
So we don't have any call detail records either from the service provider or what you just explained to the jury, right?
I believe there was a pen register and trap trace on his number at the time.
Believe means you're not sure, right?
I could look and be certain, but we did obtain records for his handset and we were aware of who he was communicating with.
So now you are sure?
I would want to look and be certain the dates of that, but yes.
The answer for right now is you're not sure whether you have it or not, right? The
Correct.
answer right now.
Correct.
To clarify, we don't have any wiretap of Wendy Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson,
The cut, you have something new?
Jessica Rodriguez, no wiretap, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about the wiretaps themselves. You said that law enforcement are sitting in front of a phone or terminal. They start it, they stop it, right?
It's computer screen, but yes.
So for the recording to start, there has to be someone to be there to say, well, we're going to start recording this one.
There has to be someone actively monitoring. The recording will begin as long as there's someone actually signed in and attending to the screen. As long as that's there, then the recording will start, and it's their obligation to end recording when it's not relevant or if it's not relevant.
And some of this was being done outside of the Tallahassee Police Department, right?
No.
Florida Department of Law Enforcement wasn't involved?
They were involved. Again, they were the conduit or the mechanism for our connection to the carrier, but that information was delivered to the Tallahassee Police Department, and the point that it was actually heard or listened to was only within the Tallahassee Police Department.
All right, so let's come back to this. There's got to be a human being sitting there, pressing start for it to be recorded, right?
They don't necessarily have to press start to initiate the recording. As long as they're present and logged in, then the recording will begin.
And if somebody is not logged in or present, then we won't have a recording of it, right?
That's correct.
Now, it goes a step further than that, because there can be an officer that's there and they deem something not relevant, right?
Correct.
And we wouldn't have a recording of that.
As long as they minimize that portion of the conversation, then no, we would not have record of that.
Well, they could deem the entire call not relevant as well, too, right?
They could. I'm certainly not aware of that happening.
Now, it wasn't just a small team of people that were monitoring these calls. There was a lot of people at Tallahassee Police Department, a lot of law enforcement that were involved in this, right?
That's correct, yes.
Working throughout the day, throughout the night.
Correct.
People need to take food breaks, take bathroom breaks. Could have been left unattended. We could be missing calls, right?
No. Again, the scheduling of officers took into account all of that, and there were people to provide relief or breaks, something that I did myself. If someone needed to be away from the terminal, then someone else could log in and take that. Or if it's really slow, one person could monitor multiple lines. So there's not a reason that we shouldn't have at least attempted to listen to calls.
At the end of the day, though, it's within the discretion of people at Tallahassee Police Department of what's recorded and what's not, right?
Yes.
Who monitors you?
The supervisors and the case agents.
Outside this whole process?
The state attorney's office.
This state attorney's office?
Yes.
These prosecutors?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about people talking in code. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how that people wouldn't want to talk openly over the phone and that they would use code to avoid sounding guilty, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Wouldn't you agree with me that the logical step would be to just not use phones?
It would be.
Or to use encrypted communication like WhatsApp?
It would be, yes.
None of what you have here through these wiretaps involves non-electronic communication, right?
Correct.
Doesn't include FaceTimes.
Correct.
Doesn't include WhatsApp.
Correct.
Or any other encrypted forms of communication.
That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
You bet.
Sergeant, last few questions. wiretaps begin early April, they end mid-June.
Early June, yes.
You have, and correct me if I'm wrong, 359 recorded phone calls.
I believe we probably have more than that. I don't know the exact number.
Is it around that number, give or take 50?
Well, between the 3 intercepts, it could be around that number.
And given the fact that Catherine McBaniel was one of the only 2 people that was being recorded on those wiretaps, you agree with me that it's a lot of her phone calls that are being recorded?
Well, the number of phone calls being recorded would be directly relative to how frequently someone is on the phone. If they're communicating a lot, then there would be a lot more recordings than if they were not. But it doesn't, we don't have an effect on how many are actually made.
My question is a lot simpler than that. You have the recordings, right?
We do, yes.
A lot of them are of Catherine, right?
They are, yes.
Before you do these wiretaps, you don't send notification to people that you're recording, do you?
We do not.
They don't know they're being recorded, right?
Correct.
And this is all after what's been termed the bump?
Before and after, yes.
Of those hundreds of phone calls, not once does Catherine McBaniel talk about being involved in the murder of Dan Markel, does she?
I think others would be better to speak about the content of the communications and what the meaning behind those might be.
Nothing further.
Friedrich.
You were asked some questions about who oversees law enforcement, and you mentioned the state attorney's office is involved, and it's also oversaw by a court, correct?
That's correct. There is, the judge ultimately oversees, there are periodic reportings that are made to the judge on a 10-day or
Relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
or a different incremental time. There is a report made to the judge so that the judge may see the types of communications that are being intercepted, that we are in fact getting communications that are relevant to the investigation, and then the judge continues to authorize that continued interception.
You just need the judge.
And the minimization you were asked about is not a choice of law enforcement. It is, you are required to do that by the court order authorizing the tap.
That's correct, yes.
Mr. DeCoste asked you about not having any wiretaps on the Adelsons. You did have a wiretap on an Adelson family member,
We did, yes.
Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
With respect to whose phone you're tapping, if you have a wiretap on Catherine McBaniel's phone, for example, which you did in this case, would that capture any calls that she made to Charles Adelson?
It would, yes.
Any calls that she made to Sigfredo Garcia?
It would, yes.
Or any other people that she calls on that particular phone number?
That's correct.
Same for Charles Adelson. If he were to call Donna Adelson, would you be able to monitor that phone call?
We would, yes.
And if vice versa, Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson or Wendy Adelson called him, you would be able to monitor that conversation as well.
That's correct.
Can you go back in time and do a wiretap?
No.
Okay. So you have to have everything in place to monitor calls in the future.
And that's correct, yes.
So we can't go back to June or July 2014 to listen to content of conversations.
No, we can't.
And what is the purpose? I know you were mentioning shifts. My understanding, based on what you just testified to, was these calls are being monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by someone.
Correct, yes.
And that way you can make sure everything is monitored, exculpatory or inculpatory.
Correct.
Great, thank you, Sergeant Corbett. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Hey, Juror, I have a question of this witness on this topic. All right, you can step in. Are you next witness?
State call Sherry Bennett.
Before we call again.
Please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up microphone, please.
Please say and spell your name.
Investigator Sherry Bennett, SHERRIEBENNETT.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
11 years.
Did you have any role in reference to the wiretap that was conducted in reference to the case that we're here about?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in reference to the wiretap?
I was to secure all documents and evidence in the case.
All right, so we heard about the process that's used for collecting the data from a wiretap, which the data is mainly phone calls, correct?
That's correct.
And once the data is collected, how is it stored? Is it on a disk, a thumb drive, a hard drive?
It was provided to me on a disk.
All right, and were you the person that was designated to be the custodian or like the guardian of that data?
Yes, I was.
All right, where were the disks kept?
I have a filing cabinet in my office.
All right, is the filing cabinet locked?
Yes, it is.
And your office is at the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Who else had access to the filing cabinet?
No one.
All right, have you had an opportunity to review the disk States Exhibit 138?
Yes, I have.
Does States 138 contain fair and accurate, complete copies of calls that were made and stored by you as the custodian of these wiretap recordings?
Yes, it was.
No further questions.
Garcia.
No questions for Mr. Garcia.
Agbarro.
No questions.
You can step down. Call your next witness.
State calls Pat Sanford.
That was quick. Quick witness.
You face the clerk and Ms. Martin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Special Agent Patrick Sanford, PATRICKSANFORD.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been so employed?
A little over 20 years.
All right, and were you involved in the investigation regarding the death of Dan Markell?
Yes, I was.
What was your role in reference to that investigation?
Starting out, I was just assisting with covering leads, chasing down out-of-town leads, and then became a partner, co-investigator on the case. I was just the FBI's lead investigator eventually.
All right, so originally you were assisting. Who were you assisting?
Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, and eventually you kind of became equal partners with, I guess, Detective Isom with the Tallahassee Police Department?
That's correct.
And was it unusual? Is there anything unusual about the FBI assisting local law enforcement?
No, that's part of our duties.
All right. Can you talk a little bit about what, if any, efforts you made to identify any connection between Luis Rivera and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, we started out, once we identified Mr. Rivera, I did a thorough, extensive background, I should say, on all of his past history, where his former addresses that he lived at, former phone numbers that he had. Once we did that, we already had all the phone numbers from Mr. Adelson. And we compared all those numbers to try to cross-reference and scrub, basically is what we call it, scrubbing our databases to see if there's any links whatsoever between the two of them, any phone calls, any way they would have crossed paths or anything like that.
And with what result?
There was negative results. There was no contacts whatsoever between the two of them.
Are you familiar with the federal RICO investigation that included a wiretap on Mr. Rivera's phone?
Yes, I am.
And that was a separate investigation from the murder investigation, correct?
That's correct. That was conducted down in Miami.
All right, but since you had a wiretap on Mr. Rivera's phone, was that something that was looked at to see were there any communications on that wiretap which suggested that Mr. Rivera was in communication with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, I did. I communicated with the agents down in South Florida and had them scrub their databases for any communications with Mr. Adelson. Also, just compared any communications that they had with his co-defendants also. and tried to compare with any of our phone numbers that we had. We also took the phone numbers subscriber list basically from their case. They provided it to me, and I provided it to TPD to compare with all of the phone numbers that we had involving this case.
Okay, and I want to talk about Mr. Rivera's proffer in a moment. Were you present for some meetings with Mr. Rivera?
Yes, I was.
Okay, but I apologize for jumping around a little bit. First, I want to approach with states 85 and 86. Did you have contact with the witness by the name of Shadrick Nobles?
Yes, we did.
And as part of that contact was Mr. Nobles presented with some photographic lineups containing photos of both Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
Yes, he was.
All right, and I want you to take a look at those exhibits and see if those are the actual lineups that were shown to the witness, Mr. Nobles.
That one was of Mr. Rivera.
If you'll just leave them out, because I'm going to publish them.
I don't know how to do it. I'm afraid to touch that thing. If you move it wrong, it starts flashing disconnected. I'm not going to be responsible.
And what about states 86?
Yes, that's the one of Mr. Garcia.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 85 and 86.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Will be admitted. You may.
Would you please describe the procedure for showing a lineup to a witness as was done in this case with Mr. Nobles?
We just provided him each one of the photographs individually and told him that the subject that he was talking about may or may not be in this photo lineup. Showed him one picture at a time, and then turned the photo over and let him see the next photo.
Was Mr. Nobles able to identify anyone in this lineup?
Yes, he identified Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Rivera was number 3 in the lineup?
That's correct. He also initialed the bottom of the picture.
And Mr. Nobles' initials indicating that was one of the suspects he identified?
That's correct.
All right, and what about in reference to Mr. Garcia? Was the same procedure used there?
That is correct.
Mr. Nobles able to identify Mr. Garcia?
Yes, he was.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Nobles' initials?
That's correct.
These are the other subjects in the lineup? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, you mentioned being present at Mr. Rivera's proffer. Were you present at the 9:30, September 30th, 2016 meeting?
Yes, I was.
And who else was present at that meeting?
Investigator Isom, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Rivera's attorney, Mr. Collins.
Which Mr. Collins? We got a couple of those, if you know.
I believe it was the older one,
Okay, David Collins?
David Collins,
All
correct.
right. And do you have any recollection of a procedure where information was passing back and forth between Mr. Rivera and law enforcement through the lawyer, Mr. Collins?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Do
question?
you have any recollection of a procedure that was used at that meeting whereby information was traveling from law enforcement back and forth to Mr. Rivera with the lawyer being used as a go-between?
No,
So what was the procedure at the meeting that you were present for?
we just sat down to do an interview with him and just asked him to basically tell us what happened. It was basically a fact-finding mission for us.
All right. And during the meeting that you were present at, so you directly had contact with Mr. Rivera at the first meeting you were present at?
That's correct.
All right. And were you permitted to ask Mr. Rivera questions?
Yes, we were.
All right. And can you describe for the jury a little bit about what types of questions you would ask in a proffer like that?
It's basically very open-ended questions. We're trying to gauge his truthfulness. So we ask him basically, what happened, where were you, who told you, things like that. So it's very open-ended. We don't want to feed him information. We don't want him to, we don't want to lead him at all. Don't want him to know what we know. That way we can verify whether he's telling us the truth or not.
And during the time that you were present at the meeting on 9/30/16, did anybody in your presence feed Mr. Rivera any information or try to lead or correct Mr. Rivera?
Absolutely not. It was actually the opposite.
And was there specifically some things that Mr. Rivera was not correct about?
That's correct.
And what was that?
One thing was where he talked about getting a ticket. We knew he had a ticket on the way up the first trip. He told us that he got a ticket on the second trip in the Toyota Prius, which we knew was not correct. But it was his memory, and that's what we want him to do, is tell us what he remembers, not what we know what happened. We want him to tell us what he thinks.
So you didn't make any effort to correct him for fear that it would be like you're trying to shape his testimony?
That's correct.
All right. And did you also participate in the ride around Tallahassee that was done that same day where Mr. Rivera was pointing out different routes that they took when they were up here?
That's correct, I did.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
We basically did the same thing. We let him tell us where to go, tried to let him remember certain things and landmarks to tell us which way to go, which way to end up, things like that. So we just sat back and kind of let him tell us what he did on those days and how he knew that.
All right. And as part of that, did you ride around the area of the crime scene and he pointed out some parks near the crime scene, that sort of thing?
That's correct.
Okay. And then later there was another ride around, or more than one ride around, looking for the gun, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But that was not done on the 9/30/16 date?
No, I don't believe so.
All right.
No.
And then did you also participate in a recorded interview with Mr. Rivera on October 4th of 2016?
That's correct.
All right. And what was the procedure used in that interview? Was it any different from the way you handled the 9/30/16 interview?
No, basically the same thing. We let him tell us what happened.
All right. And was Mr. Rivera fed or led with information at all by any parties at that 10/4/16 meeting?
Absolutely not.
And was Mr. Rivera's testimony inconsistent in some way from the 10/4/16, at the 10/4/16 from the 9/30/16?
No, it was very consistent.
Did you learn anything new? I mean, this proffer is done, 2 years after the murder?
That's
More
correct.
than 2 years.
A little over.
Was there anything new that you learned from Mr. Rivera that law enforcement had not already known or was able to corroborate independently from the information you already had?
Yes.
What was that?
One was where he told us a story about how the gun went off. Mr. Garcia had the gun go off in the vehicle, and shot through the vehicle and actually disabled the gas line on the vehicle.
All right, so that was something you had not known previously?
No, we had information their car broke down, but we didn't know why it broke down.
Okay, and as a result, was law enforcement sent out to see if, in fact, there was a hole in the floorboard of the Prius?
That's correct.
And there was?
There was.
Okay. Anything else? What about following Mr. Markell to the daycare on the day of the homicide? Did you know about that already?
No, the only thing we did know was there was what appeared to be a green Prius behind him, on some bank surveillance, footage. That was the only thing that I had at the time, that indicated they followed him to the daycare.
But at the time, was law enforcement aware of a witness by the name of Keith Leland at the daycare who actually saw a green Prius?
No, was not aware of him.
Right. Well, what about the stapled money?
He told us about the money that he received for the actual committing the crime was stapled, and we didn't have any indication of that from anybody at that point.
All right, and was there anything significant to you at that time that you first heard that about the stapling?
Anything significant about it?
I mean, was the witness June Umchinda, had that witness been developed at the time Mr. Rivera gave his statement?
No, she had not been.
So at the time that Mr. Rivera told you his money was stapled, you didn't know that Mr. Adelson makes a practice of stapling his money?
That's correct. That was new information to us.
I want to ask you about the efforts to look for the gun. We've touched on that. What role did you have in the efforts to try to locate the murder weapon in this case?
We took Mr. Rivera out of the jail and drove him down the route that he had taken on the way back. We took him down there twice looking for the gun, and finally found a bridge that he believed looked very similar and he thought was probably the bridge. After that, I assembled a team of what we call evidence response team members.
Where was that bridge?
It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
I requested assistance from our Tampa division, from their evidence response team. When we went to that location, it was off the I-75 right at the river. We went down and cleared all the brush, used weed eaters, trimmers, and metal detectors, and looked all through the brush. Didn't find it that day. I came back with a dive team after that because there's water further away from the road where the gun could have made it into the river. So I came back with a dive team that we have out of our Miami division, brought them there, and we did a cordoned off, basically grid search in the river.
And how much time had passed between the time that, according to Mr. Rivera, the gun was deposited there and the time that you were looking for it?
Oh, over 2 years.
Okay, and did you find the gun?
No, we did not.
All right, and this location that you spent a lot of time looking at, was it like Mr. Rivera took you right there, or was there some confusion about exactly where it could have been?
Yeah, there was confusion. The first trip down, he saw several bridges that were similar, but he wasn't quite sure. And then that one, he thought it was right at the first trip. That particular river he thought was one that preceded the one he threw it off on. He kept looking for the next one. So he wasn't real sure the first trip. We went back the second time and he looked at the guardrails. There might have been some changes to the location since he threw it over, like the guardrail might be missing now. But there was definitely some confusion. He wasn't positive.
You said since he threw it over, who's the he in that sentence?
Sorry, since Mr. Garcia.
All right, so Rivera was never inconsistent about who threw the gun?
No, he was not.
We've learned about a black Lexus that Ms. McBanowa was driving. Do you have any knowledge of that black Lexus?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us about the surveillance efforts that were made on Ms. McBanowa around the time of, I have it November of 15 to May of 15?
We had
Objection, hearsay.
But let's hear the question. Let's ask a little more specific questions.
What surveillance efforts were being made on Catherine McBanowa between November of 15 and May of 15?
How sustained to the effect, to the extent he's reporting what somebody else has told him.
Okay, do you have any personal observations that occurred during that time?
Yes, I did.
All right, could you tell us about those, please?
We had video surveillance on her residence at that
Okay,
time.
and that's something that you reviewed?
It is.
And was Ms. McBanowa observed during that time frame driving the black Lexus?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And was Ms. McBanowa driving the black Lexus at the time of her
Objection.
arrest?
Objection, best evidence and proper opinion.
Overruled.
Was Ms. McBanowa driving the black Lexus at the time of her arrest?
Yes, she was.
All right. I want to talk about the undercover operation, or what's been referred to as the bump. I want to draw your attention to April 19th, 2016. Could you just briefly explain for the jury the investigative strategy for doing this type of undercover operation?
Sure. We had good evidence that on who committed the crime. We also had good evidence on
Objection, improper characterization of the evidence.
Sustained.
Was the purpose of the investigation or the undercover operation to evidence who's involved in the conspiracy and what each person's role in the conspiracy?
That's correct.
Okay. And so could you just kind of tell the jury what the idea was, how it was going to go down?
We wanted to bring an undercover in who pretended to be a gang member who was an associate of Mr. Rivera. We knew that Mr. Rivera was in jail. We knew that Mr. Rivera was having financial issues, and we wanted to insert somebody into the equation to get people talking again, because it had been over a year since the crime was committed, and we knew that they probably weren't talking about it anymore. So we wanted to try to gather evidence on who was actually responsible for creating the crime and committing the crime. So we wanted to insert that information in there and have them start talking and communicating again.
And what was the undercover supposed to do?
He was supposed to approach Mrs. Adelson and provide her with a flyer, basically, that just had information about the murder. It was basically a news article, and just basically tell her that he was friends with who he called Tato, which is Mr. Rivera, and that he knew everything, and that he wanted her to help him out financially. He was hurting financially and wanted the family to help him out financially.
Were you present during this, what we're calling the bump, the contact between the undercover and Mrs. Adelson?
That's correct, I was.
All right. Did you see the flyer that the undercover handed to Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe it for the jury, please?
Objection, hearsay, best evidence.
Overruled.
It was a news article that we printed out off the internet. And
Did it have
then
a photograph of Mr. Markel?
It did.
Okay. And what else? Was there anything handwritten on the news article?
There was. We wrote the number $5,000 and a phone number of the undercover agent.
Do you have that phone number with you? You could tell it to us?
I do. It's 305-712-6570, I believe.
And was that going to be a number that law enforcement would monitor if anyone called it?
It was. It was an FBI number that we had established.
All right, and we have already watched the video of the bump itself. Were you able to listen in real time as law enforcement to the calls that succeeded that interaction between the undercover and Ms. Adelson?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 138. Have you had an opportunity to review the disc, State's 138?
Yes.
Does State's 138 contain fair and accurate calls that were captured on that wire?
It does.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence, State's 138.
Subject to my prior ruling.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
any additional objection?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, so who calls who first? I guess we give the note to Donna. What does she do?
She immediately stuffs it in her pouch without looking at it and goes across the street, retrieves her grandkids, and then goes back to her condominium. Shortly thereafter, I think a few minutes after arriving back at her condo, she calls Charlie Adelson.
All right, and when you say she retrieves her grandkids, are those Mr. Markel's two sons?
That's correct.
Okay, so she was retrieving them from where?
From school, which is directly across the street from her condominium.
All right, and then return to her condominium and talk to Mr. Adelson. When she talked to Charlie Adelson, we watched the video, as I mentioned, and we see where the undercover says the name Katie. You're taking care of Katie and Tudo, right?
That's correct.
When Mrs. Adelson talks to Charlie Adelson, does she say the name Katie to
Objection.
Charlie?
Objection.
Okay. Who does Charlie call after he talks to his mother?
He calls Katie McMahon.
All right, and as that states, I want to, at this time, publish call number D, if I could get some assistance with that. hand out,
You mind? Let me give them an instruction though first. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, do you need a break? You need a break. All right, we'll take 15 minutes. Sorry, I kind of lost track of time. Either side need it, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, appropriate. It seems like the appropriate time to do it. In the event that the government is going to ask us witness for any opinions about any of these phone calls, we would object. We'd have a standing objection to the proper opinion.
You'll just have to object as to Curtis. I'm not sure what that would apply to. I do intend to give the jury the instruction on transcripts. I assume the defense would seek that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Use the standard instruction. We'll be in recess 15 minutes.
the date and time and who it is that we're going to hear speaking.
The date is 4/19 of 2016 at 4:27 p.m. in the afternoon. Is between Charlie and Katie.
And who is calling who?
Mr. Adelson is calling Miss McMahon.
Go ahead.
You want to use transcripts at this point?
Yeah, please.
All right, let me give you an instruction. You're about to hear some recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You're also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may use the transcript, Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
You someplace you could talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. You talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, but I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, let me run it on. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me, and I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story, and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it. Yeah. And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
Something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a patient service or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is. They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I don't even know. His mom didn't even want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
but like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have
oh, yeah,
talked or something?
That's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, or threatening you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just come down to your mom.
Stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yes.
I don't want to do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking.
Yeah.
I don't know what you did.
No, but like, you're there for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know.
A random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, I should have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow, talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does that mean? You have like an ex-girlfriend.
Well, fuck, it could be anything. So I just assumed that.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering, wasting your time. But if it does,
I just feel bad for your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have like called the house right away. Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing a hat, glasses? Mom was like, no, I could pick the person out of line up in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. It was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in his 30s. Came up to her, knew who she was, and addressed her. So, but anyway, be it here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other ex. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with him get rid of the house or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's your story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right. What time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right. Let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like, however it is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I got to get back in there. I'm going to be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm going to come in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, kiddo.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Listen.
Mr. Adelson mentions on there that maybe he should just start calling all of his ex-girlfriends. Did he call any other ex-girlfriends?
Overruled.
Did he call any other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Okay, did he or Donna Adelson call the police to report this incident that occurred with her on the street?
No, they did not.
To whom is the next call? Call E.
It is, call E is, Katie calls Charlie back
At what time?
at 6:07 PM.
So about an hour and a half after the call we just heard?
That's correct.
And is this still on the same day that the bump occurred?
Yes, it is.
All right, permission to publish state, call number E and use the transcript.
You may.
Can I just have, you want me to collect the transcripts as we go, Judge, or collect them at the end?
Would make it a little confused, believe me. Or does the defense want him to have a transcript for any reason for cross?
Judge, I'll leave it at the discussion.
No, I'm gonna collect them unless you want them there for cross for some purpose.
Judge, I would. No, Judge, that's fine. You can call.
All right, let's collect them, because it's gonna get a little confusing. While they're doing that, let me make a comment to the jury. By and large, you will have with you during your deliberations evidence to review and consider more carefully. You will not have what we call demonstrative aids, which would include transcripts, so you won't have those during your deliberations. You may proceed.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. So is everything okay?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard or seen anything since I spoke to you. I'm just down here in Lauderdale.
Oh, you're working for it today?
Yeah. I mean, remember that Haitian office?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're there till late?
Yeah, I won't get out of here till fucking 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm scared. Like, your mom must be freaking out and shit.
Well, yeah.
Like, somebody fucking friend her. Like, hello?
Well, someone literally, like, walked up to her on the street, South Beach, called her by name, handed her something. She was, like, so shaken up, she really didn't want to talk to me on the phone. And she's like, I mean, she said,
but didn't she, like, tell your dad so, like, they can call the cops or something?
No, that's why she wants to talk to me. And, you know, and then we may have to call the police, but she's going to talk to me first. I don't want to do anything just yet to see, you know, I mean, that's probably the appropriate thing to do. I mean, there's sick people that come out of the woodwork that try to make claims. I mean, talk to see if it's, I don't know what, I don't even.
Like somebody threatening your mom in broad daylight, handing her an envelope and asking her to give her money, like what?
She didn't even go into all the details. And I'm pretty sure the person in the thing mentioned, I thought she said your name, that's why I called you up. If they didn't,
what does that have to do with me?
I don't fucking know. But they said, like, if there's something about me and ex-girlfriend, whatever. So I thought, it's funny.
Are you having any problems with any of your ex-girlfriends that's like maybe trying to sabotage you?
Whitney's so crazy as a fucking fluid, but that's never changed. But I'm 99% sure when I was talking to her, she said it's mentioned your name, and if I'm mistaken, then I feel like the biggest fool in town.
But like what? Like my name is on a paper?
I don't, trust me. I'm gonna see what it says when I go down there tomorrow. And she was just shaking up, and she wanted me to talk to her to find out. Like, I mean, I don't know. All I do is work all the time. So I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Weird. And at first, when she was talking to me, I'm like, was it did I get sued from someone from a dental office? She's like, no. I'm like, she's like, I want to talk to you. I'm like, well, was it the IRS? She's like, no. I'm like, did a patient write something stupid on Yelp? She's like, no.
Yeah, but how would they know your mom's name? Like, that's weird.
You know her name and knew who she was and walked right up to her. The person wasn't threatening. They were very polite. White male in his 30s. She said she'll remember the face for the rest of her life, and made some very crazy accusations and very crazy demands. I was like, what the fuck is
But
this about?
she just like that person just started demanding things from her?
I don't even know. She didn't go into that many details. She just kind of told me that. I thought she mentioned your name, but again, I made a mistake. And so I go talk to her and see what they wrote. And then the kids were in the background. They were making noise. So I'm like, all right, I'm coming down tomorrow.
Your mom said to talk to me?
What's that?
Your mom said to talk to me?
No. I'm gonna go down. I said the kids were in her background, not your kids.
Oh.
And I was like, I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go. Yeah, my mom wants to talk to me. I mean, who knows? I mean, if I noticed it, if it was another girl's name and not your name, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. But for some reason, I thought.
Yeah, like I have no problem with you whatsoever. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm very.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe you have a crazy ex-girlfriend that's like.
You know, like, who goes to someone's parents? Like, dude, if someone has a problem with me, that's the only.
Yeah.
I'll talk to your mom, but the odd thing keep running through my head is that obviously, I think it's just some sicko from the newspaper looking people up, because the only reason is this, is that if it had anything that come from me or involved me, it would have come to whoever it is would have come to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but like that's harassment to your mom.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
okay, that's like not cool. Like that's somebody. Like that's a fucking. The first thing would have been like, who the fuck are you? Why are you giving me this piece of paper?
Yeah.
Like.
Trust me, like I said, I wish I knew more, but the kids were in the background, and it's like, she couldn't even talk to me, and I said, all right, I'm coming down tomorrow. I'm going to have her make a copy of the paper, and I'm going to take a look at it. And I don't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of like you shouldn't let something like that linger. Like, is she going to be in a safe place? Like,
well, no, I have a very safe building. I mean, the person came up with her on the street. Like,
I know, but you don't know how crazy it is. Like,
whoever it was,
fucking crazy people out there.
And you got to realize it's South of Fifth. It's not like you're in the fucking. I mean, South of Fifth is on lockdown. There's cops on every other street in South of Fifth. There's cops that they just keep South of Fifth sitting there. So it just was crazy that somebody would just walk. Someone knew who she was, knew where she'd be, at what time she'd be there.
That's why I'm afraid. Like, hello, like, how can it be that, like, things like that is stuff that you see on fucking TV. Like, that's why I'm scared. That's why I'm like calling you back, because it's like.
Well, that's how I know.
Yeah, you have a safe place. Yeah,
I know, but if someone wants to find you, they find you. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are, unless you're the president of the United States. If they want you, they get you.
I know, but why would they threaten your mom?
Well, I don't know what exactly they threatened. I think it was just more of a demand. So what I'm saying is I don't know, and I'm going to find out tomorrow. I thought my mom said that the letter had mentioned your name, but this is a weird thing that keeps running through my head. If it mentions your name, and obviously you're my ex, why wouldn't the person just come find me and talk to me? I'm easy to find. Like, come find me, come talk to me. Why deal with my mom? If it involves one of my exes, like, I don't even know why she fits into anywhere in all this. It's the whole thing is very, very odd.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna talk about me. Like, I'm like your 100th ex.
Yeah, you're like 80.
You've gone out to probably every Katie in the world.
Look, and like I said, I haven't seen a letter. If it didn't mention your name or mention some other chick's name, then I like.
But you're scaring me now. Like, what the fuck? Like,
I know.
I don't want a random person coming up to me.
Well, of course, and I got like 10,000 exes and baby mamas.
Exactly.
And baby mamas.
You know?
So it could be one of my baby mamas.
Like, yeah, but it's like it's for somebody to come up to your mom and stuff like that, and like in broad daylight, that's scary.
Yeah. Anytime a stranger does that, that's scary. and hands me an envelope. So, hang on, I got to sign something. Where am I signing? That was it. That was bony sequestration. That's what it was, right?
I mean, you should try to, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I just was gonna.
I mean,
mean,
you should try, you should try to like talk to your mama, make sure that she's okay. I mean, not talk to her,
She's
but
fine. She was just
you're
startled.
fine.
It's hard to get her on the phone because of the kid. That's why I'd rather just talk to her in person. So
No,
I'm
that's what
gonna.
I'm saying, like, you should try to talk to her tonight, like. I don't
Yeah,
know,
but
saying-
sometimes it's hard to talk on the phone with just the kids.
No, I know, but
I'd
don't
rather
talk to her on the phone, talk to her, go see her.
Well,
Like, that's your mom.
I know, but I'm not gonna get down there till 11 o'clock, and then my dad's gonna. I don't even know if she wants to say anything to my dad because she doesn't want to upset my dad. That's why she wants to talk to me to see what the. And I'm curious as hell. I have no idea what anything can involve you or any other ex or what is involved. Part of me wants to go down there, and other parts like she doesn't want to say anything to my dad. She wants to like ask me if I know of anything or if anything's. Probably pick my brain first and then talk to my dad. But I'll see if it did mention your name. I'll let you know. If it didn't mention your name, then I'll try to find out which one of my other 87 exes it could be.
I didn't have anything to do with you. I have a very good relationship with you, so.
It's not that. I just don't want to.
I'm
I want to listen. I'll keep you in the loop if you're in the loop. If you're not in the loop, you're not in the loop. So if it mentions your name, when I see it,
do you
I'll tell
start
you.
calling every ex you have?
What's that?
Do you start calling every ex you have because
I'm gonna be on the phone for like 3 days. Listen.
Yeah.
If it mentions your name. I'm slammed here at the office. If it mentions your name, I'll come see you tomorrow and show you what it says. If it doesn't, I'll probably show you what it says anyway and pick your brain because you're like one of my best friends. So no worries. At least it's not the IRS or the.
Is it because I work for you?
I got no fucking clue. I mean, I think the thing is there's someone looking for money. There's a lot of fucking whack jobs out there. Let me call you back because I'm still at the office, but I'll definitely, after I see what it is, if it has anything to do with you, then I will definitely reach out to you tomorrow.
What does it do with me? Like, oh my God, you're scaring me. Like,
I know. Listen, obviously, if it was a police matter, the police would come knock on my door, I'd talk to them and help them out with whatever they could. If it's a fucking lunatic, and they deal with lunatics different ways.
I'm supposed to get, like, employee of the month. What the fuck did I do wrong?
Stop it. Just make sure you call those patients that they gave you the list from the other day. I gotta go.
I did. I always do.
All right, I gotta go. Bye.
Judge, may we approach? Right, I'd like to move on to call F. What is the date and time of call F?
It's on 4/20 of 2016 at 10:38 a.m.
Okay, so this is the next day,
It is.
and who's calling whom?
Charlie is calling Katie.
Can I use the transcripts for call F?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola. Bien, bien.
¿Qué te pasa?
Ay, Dios mío.
Carmen, todo sucia.
Muy sucio about this.
¿Qué te pasa?
I'm driving down to Miami at like 12. And then hang out a little bit, and then maybe I'll give you a shout and we'll grab a beer or something on the way back.
A show. It's right here. 20 ounces, so there's a lot of things around here.
All right, I got good food over there.
Yeah, and you're taking again. Charles in charge.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'll probably be heading back, maybe 2:33ish. What's your availability? Like, at what time can you not hang out after?
I will be available whenever you need me.
Okay.
Not in
So I'm
any.
gonna I'm hoping to get out of there around 2:30 or 3.
Okay.
And then if that's the case, I'll be heading up at that time.
Okay.
All right, awesome. I'll hit you up in a little bit then.
Hey, you never heard about anything about this,
About the warrants?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've only called 8 times, and I'll give you the number too.
It's okay. No worries.
I'm
Is it gonna be?
anyway, so I'm gonna take care of it wherever you guys go. I just wanted that place because I thought it would be nicest.
Yeah, but that's just so weird that they haven't like even responded to.
Well, this is the thing. It's the owner's cottage. That's not even available for rent. So what happens is the owner just keeps it. So when he has friends, when he has family, when he has guests, he just says, "Hey, stay at my cottage for free." And then because I've stayed there so long and I've wanted to go times when the whole place has been booked, they let me rent that. The nice thing about it is it's not like, it's like if you look on their website, I don't even think they have yours cottage. It's just his. But when he's not using it, he'll rent it for like $380 a night, which if you could be there for a day and a half is a fucking awesome deal. Because everything else on the property is like $1,200 a night.
Yeah.
It's just stupid at that point.
Yeah.
So that's why. I mean, I called up, but they did.
There's one down the road. What was
What's
it?
that?
It was like what, maybe like 150 or 149 or 134 something.
After me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
No, like Smuggler's Cove.
Oh, Smuggler's Cove?
Yeah. I guess whatever that's how smuggling happens.
Is that where, are you going down with a bunch of people or are you going down with him?
Yeah, well, it was like supposedly for that, and then if anything, like he was gonna go down too, and I don't know, we're trying to figure it out because.
Okay. I mean, they've never not come through and they don't see it booked off, but they can't ever decide to give it out without his permission. Now, first time they reached out to him, he was in Colorado, then he was in New York, and now he didn't respond. So yesterday, I can just check again this afternoon and just be like, hey, did you hear anything? And then just do it that way. So let me do that. They say, I asked them, they said it's not like Bartender's Bash or any crazy event going down there that week.
No, there's nothing going on this weekend.
Yeah, so it's not going to be, well, that's my point.
It's gonna be next weekend.
Yeah, it's not going to be like you can't get anything else. So, I mean, worst case scenario is it'll like postcard in or something, which is nice too.
Oh, that's where I stayed the last time. And that place is so nice, but it's expensive. But I mean, you open up the door and it's like, you're again. It was beautiful. And it has like a little tiki bar.
Yeah, sandbars spinning right off.
Yeah,
There's more reason.
awesome. Yeah, that's what he was.
Worst case scenario, get something there and it's on me. Okay? So let me hit you up in a little bit. All right, kiddo.
On these calls, Charlie Adelson mentions he's planning to go see his mother, Donna Adelson, to get more information about the bump. Does that meeting occur?
Yes, it does.
When and where does the meeting occur?
It occurs the next day on 420 at Mrs. Adelson's condos where he arrives at, but they end up going out behind the condo, along the walkway, behind a restaurant, on the water, basically.
Okay, so that's actually, if it's 4:20, that's actually about, what time did you say the meeting occurred?
The meeting occurred around, I want to say it was around 11 o'clock. I can't remember exactly the exact time. Maybe it was a little after 12.
Okay, but it's the same day as the call that we just heard,
That's correct.
which was at 10:38 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. And what surveillance efforts were made to try to capture the conversation between Charlie Adelson and his mother at that meeting?
Yeah, I took equipment out. I had a surveillance team with me, and we took two separate pieces of equipment with us on our persons and tried to get as close as we could to them to record their conversation. But they sat off away by themselves at a table out by the water and tried to. It was obvious they didn't want anybody around them.
Did you get any images of?
Yes, I did. I took a photograph.
But what about the audio? No dice on the audio?
We couldn't hear them on the audio.
Version of States 58. Recognize States 58?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I took that photo.
All right, is that a fair and accurate photo of Charles Adelson and his mother Donna at the meeting we've just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 58.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
Can you describe the demeanor of the two as they met?
Yeah, they were very cautious, looking around a lot. They were leaning in close to each other, talking very low, even whispering. You couldn't hear them at all. The way they were being very cautious about when people walk by them and things like that too.
All right, next I'd like to go to call H. What can you tell us about call H?
Call H is on 4/20/16, the same day that they met. It's at 3:14 p.m. This is after Mr. Adelson and Donna Adelson met. This call's from Charlie to Katie.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up?
I'm looking at CVS right now.
Okay, just keep going down until you see Optimar.
What's that?
You keep going down till you see like Optimar. If you see it in the plaza.
Okay, should I go into the plaza where CVS is?
Yeah. Turn in there. Go all the way down till you see like all the like what do you call it? All the buildings, all the stores.
Okay,
And you'll see one says Optimar. You'll see. I'll go outside right now.
Turn into a real estate genius.
Shut up, honey.
I love it. Okay, I pulled in. I'm looking at Smart Kids, Family Fresh,
Yeah,
Juice
right
Bar,
next to it.
Mrs. Smart
Yeah.
Kids.
No. The juice bar, keep going,
Oh, I
and you're
see
gonna
that.
turn. Yeah. Okay.
Nice. I'm outside and I'll park in front of the juice bar.
The juice bar?
Juice bar.
Oh, yeah. I'll walk out right now.
All right, come outside.
Okay.
All right. It sounds from this call like Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua are going to have a meeting. Did that meeting occur?
Yes, it did.
When and where did that meeting occur?
It occurred outside of her employment, which is Optimar Realty. It occurred first in Mr. Adelson's vehicle. They met there first, and then they went into a restaurant called Dolce Vita.
All right. And was there a team of undercover operatives who attempted to intercept the conversation that occurred between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua inside Dolce Vita?
Yes, there was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes, I have.
What can you tell the jury about the quality of the recording?
It's very, very hard to hear. It's a small restaurant. There's a TV above where they're sitting. There's dishes banging, clanging. It's very difficult to hear, especially at the beginning. As it goes on, you can hear it a little bit better as it goes on, but they're talking very low also inside the restaurant.
Okay. And if we could, I'd like to skip that meeting for a moment and we will come back to it. Can you just tell us, I guess we're still on 4/20/16, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what was the approximate time frame of the meeting between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua at Dolce Vita?
It was approximately 4 o'clock. I'm not sure the exact time off the top of my head though.
Okay. All right, and next I'd like to move on to call K. Okay, so after the meeting at Dolce Vita, was there some contact between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
All right, and following that, could you tell us about call K?
Call K is on 4/21 the following day at 8:17 a.m. And this is Ms. Magbanua calling Mr. Garcia.
Permission to use the transcript.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I'm gonna make this very clear. I'm gonna make something very clear because you're talking belligerent bullshit.
Belligerent, I'm belligerent what?
I'm gonna make something very clear, okay?
Up the whole night drinking, and I'm drunk. You haven't spoken to me about anything, and now you're gonna come at me?
Why? Because you don't know how to apologize because you were wrong. Okay?
You last night.
This is the same thing that happened last time. Listen, I have a more pressing matter that I have to attend to.
Well, apparently,
Okay?
you know what? I don't feel secure because you take care of everybody else. Where's my security, Suto? When are you gonna step up for me? When is that gonna happen? Because I feel like everybody else gets the special attention, and then Katie, you go figure it out. You go figure it out. You figure out the kids. You figure out life. You figure out your partner.
Katie,
You figure out
Katie, you're doing this again. This is the same shit. I've been here. I've never felt happier. We were so happy. We were so happy.
Pool. You have to play pool. You have to leave
Oh
me.
my God, Katie. All right, man. All right. Then fine. Then go. Whatever. Fine, go. If that's what you need to do to make yourself happy, then I'm not gonna hold you back.
What happened to you? Why do you have to go through back everything? After everything we went through, why does it have to go back to square one? Do you know how bad I feel? It's like, again, I feel like I'm getting kidnapped every day.
Katie, listen.
It's always, no. I swear to God. It's just like, it's like I should just go somewhere because it's like you're basically
do that.
over.
Do
You're
that.
putting me over. You're gonna tell me I'm gonna make a phone call. Are you?
I'm not making that fucking phone call. Just
But you don't talk.
look, Katie, you're
I'm on edge, and I'm gonna be on work on edge again today. You don't think that the mean I'm
ahead. I'm pretty sure somebody will come by to sue, make you feel better.
Are you
just
fucking
Katie,
serious?
listen.
Listen to
Don't listen. I just want you to fucking have a pussy between your legs and act like you have one. If you wanna fucking do what you wanna do it. I'm gonna take care of I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. And then,
what are you gonna take care of? So you don't discuss anything with me. You're not even listening.
because the less you know, the better off, man.
No, you're making
Shut up, man. Just stop talking on the phone, man. Bye.
That's why you can't even
Bye.
do anything.
And who did you say the voices were on that call?
That was Catherine McBonwa and Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, will be strike in proper opinion.
Overruled.
And have those voices been authenticated? Who authenticated those voices?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Do you have an exhibit in front of you
Oh,
where
yes.
those voices were authenticated by
Yes,
someone?
by Mr. Rivera.
All right, next I'd like to play Call L. What can you tell us about Call L?
It's on 4/21/16 at 8:36 a.m. And this is from Ms. McBonwa calling Mr. Garcia again.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
I don't remember if it was, I think just in case, I think like you have to pay for Ethan's food, like, because the balance is $65.70.
I have to pay for it?
Like, I think, you remember, like, I wrote it down, the amount that you're supposed to put,
You can't pay for
but
it?
I'm not sure if it's $60.57 or $65.70.
I'm trying to get a secured credit card. Is there any way you could pay for it?
I'm just telling you, I don't remember if it's either one of those numbers.
Well, you're picking them up today, so.
Huh?
Yes,
So what?
you're picking them up today, so you'll find out when you get there.
The amount that I gave you on a piece of paper, I don't know if it's $60.57 or $65.70.
Got it.
Okay? So there's no credit cards that I can use in his school. So it makes no sense. You got it?
Understood.
And what were the last four digits of the undercover operative's phone number?
6570.
I want to go to call O. What can you tell us about call O?
It's on 4/25/16 at 7:04 p.m. This is Charlie Adelson calling Catherine McMonagall.
All right, so this is about 4 days after the call that we just heard.
That's correct.
Okay. Switch phone, please. Let me ask you before we publish this call, has anyone up to this point called the undercover number?
No, they have not.
Has anyone up to this point called to report the matter to the police?
No, they have not.
All right, let's publish O, please.
Yeah.
Hey, you on your way?
No, they have not.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be at the Icon, which is when you come over 395. It's right there in the, hey, you on your way? You know which building the Icon is, right?
That's all the way in South Beach, right? Like,
Yeah, it's when you come over,
like it's a lot of traffic down there. You can't go a little bit more up north or just go up north anyway.
I will, I'm just saying, I'm standing outside, I was talking to my parents about everything.
Huh?
I was just talking to my parents about my day. I was standing up. No, I was talking to my parents about my day.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
that's,
because it's like I had to just like jet out of my house, like
I know.
like
Where,
like worried about me every single 2 seconds.
of course, but I'd rather, where are you now?
I'm on 15.
All right, just do me this one favor, just come down here.
Okay, is everything okay?
Yeah, I just want you to come down here so I can see it. I mean, you're already in the car. It's on the Icon is on the corner of 5th and Alton. It's that big building as soon as you're on Alton and you cross over 5th on your right-hand side.
Okay, can it be anywhere else besides that?
I can get my car and start trying to find you, but then we got to drive and park. And I'd rather you just come over here.
I know, but that is like the heart of South Beach. Like, it's kind of stupid for me to go all the way down there.
You're on. Okay. I'll get my car in 5 minutes. I'll start heading this way, and I'll get my car, and then I'll meet you somewhere in like 15 minutes. I still need to talk to my parents for another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to leave them, and then I'm going to come to wherever you are. But just still keep heading south.
I'm heading down south. I'm in this game heading down south.
What's your cross street?
Like in 82nd right now.
82nd?
Yeah, I can. Just give me a call when you get in the car.
Okay, I'll give you a call and see where you are, and I'll start heading up.
You get it when I call you through WhatsApp?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'll put my ringer. I don't know. Let me see if my phone was on vibrate.
Okay.
It was in my shirt. Okay.
All right, what about call P?
Call P is on 4/25/16 at 7:33 PM. And it's from Ms. Magbanwa to Mr. Adelson.
Please.
Objection, sidebar, it's related to 403, Your Honor.
Right, let's publish call P, please.
Hello?
Hey,
Like, do I like walk in the boardwalk? I don't know.
where are you right
I
now?
parked in the visitors. I don't even know if that's like one park.
Monty's?
No, like I went all the way down, like, it's like a group of like, negros right now.
I think they passed me a little while ago. Oh, do you see them walking? Is someone wearing a red shirt?
Yeah, like it's a whole group of them. Do
Wait,
you want me to go to Monty?
Wait, by the marina?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm standing by the boats in green scrubs.
Oh, I see you. I see behind you. Okay.
Are you behind me?
Behind you. Yeah.
I don't see you.
I'm gonna turn right now. It's in the parking. Like I went in the parking garage.
Oh, okay, I see you.
All right, was this call succeeded by a meeting between Catherine Magvano and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, it was.
And was that meeting something that was able to be surveilled at all by law enforcement?
No, it wasn't.
Why not?
Because they were, obviously, we couldn't catch all their conversations. They were talking about WhatsApp, and then all of a sudden they just met without us knowing that they were meeting until the last minute.
And what's WhatsApp?
It's a app that you can have on your phone that you can talk end to end with encryption. It doesn't go through typical phone methods that was being captured by our Title III. It goes through the internet and encryption, and we can't capture it.
So you weren't privy to any communications between them to the extent there were any through the WhatsApp application?
That's correct.
And you were not able to get surveillance teams set up in time to record this meeting or attempt to record it?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to call Q. When is call Q?
Call Q is 4/26/16 at 9:48 a.m.
All right, and from who to whom?
It's Mr. Garcia to Ms. Magbanwa.
Publish Q, please. Just a minute here. Right.
So next one.
Hello?
What's going on?
I didn't just talk to you about something, but did you learn that I give Ethan extra money or something for his future?
Of course, just don't worry about them. They're fine. You got money, you got everything you need for the future.
All right.
Okay?
I just need to talk to you though. Okay?
That sounds personal. I don't know what you need to talk to me about. So.
What does that mean?
I mean, your son's asking about you, so I'm going to have to set up a conference call, something to see.
The what?
But, your son's
well, yeah, obviously I have to call you.
Yeah, you need to talk to me. Don't call me back. So if anything, I'll drop him off to your mom or something like that.
What are you talking about? No, don't involve my mom in anything.
You calling my mom? You call my mom and start talking about shit. My mom said that when you call her, she's...
All right, and on our transcript, call.
Objection. I apologize. That's clarification. We're trying to find this one. Which day is that on?
Could you repeat the date and time of call Q?
4/26/16.
Thank you.
At 9:46 a.m. Is that correct? 9:48?
9:48 a.m.
Okay, that's right. And on our transcript, it indicates that the male speaker is unidentified. Has that speaker since been identified
Yes, he has.
by Mr. Rivera?
Yes, he has.
As who?
Mr. Garcia.
All right, next I'd like to move on to R, which is a text message, I believe. What can you tell us about that?
It's a text message on 4/26/16 at 9:52 a.m. And it's from Ms. Magbanwa to Mr. Garcia.
And when you're on a wire, are you able to see the text messages in real time as well?
Text messages that go through the phone, that's correct.
Okay, but not if they go through the WhatsApp.
That's
Is that
correct.
the distinction you're making? Okay. So this one went through the phone, correct?
Correct.
And what was the content of this text message? Tell us again who it's to and who it's from,
It's from Ms. Magbanwa to Mr. Garcia.
and what's the content?
The content says, need to talk to you about something else.
All right, and S?
S is another text message on the same date, 4/26/16 at 9:58 a.m., about 6 minutes later. And this is from Mr. Garcia to Ms. Magbanwa.
And what's the content?
It says, he was, whatever is going on with you and your homie is your business. You guys, WITK, which is like work that shit out. Don't text me.
All right. Next, I want to ask you about a letter that was sent to the Adelson Institute. Are you familiar with this letter?
A letter that was sent to the Adelsons.
I believe so. I'll approach and show you what I've marked. States Exhibit 121. United States 121?
Yes, I do.
Was I wrong about where it was sent?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where was that letter sent?
It was sent to their condominium on in Miami Beach.
Whose condominium on Miami Beach?
Mr. Harvey Adelson and Miss Donna Adelson's condominium.
All right, and who sent the letter?
I gave it to an agent to have him mail it.
All right, and what was the purpose of this letter?
It was to generate more conversation.
All right, and is that a fair and accurate photograph of the letter that was sent to the Adelsons?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 121.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. Agent Sanford said he gave it to another agent to mail it. He can authenticate that that's what he gave to the other agent, but he can't authenticate that.
Chain of custody in here, say, Your Honor.
I'll admit, 121.
Evidence states 121. Have to approach. Be able to read, trust.
There you go.
Content.
Yes, I am. My phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
All right. Looks like next we have call V, which I'm told we do not have a transcript for. I apologize for that, but if you'll tell us what you can about call V.
It's on 4/26/16 at 4:33 p.m. and it's from Miss Magbanwa to Mr. Charlie Adelson.
Okay. Publish V.
Hello?
Hey,
Hey, what's going on?
well, I don't know what the fuck, for some reason, I know you were, telling me something about for the client, but I got it mixed up with a number. And, and I'm calling both numbers, but nobody's picking up, so I need to figure out or else I get set up, with the realtor to show the property.
Oh, fuck, they sound like a really good client if they're gonna rent the place. I actually have the number at home.
Okay, but it's kind enough, like, I need it, like, that.
Well, I can, fuck, I wish I
Like,
would
I'm
have
so
looked at that.
stupid. It's just that the thing is like, I tried to, remember it, and like, I just couldn't. Like, I've been calling so many people today, so it's like,
I'm gonna be home in probably 2 hours and I can get you the number then. Hopefully they haven't like looked at other properties yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no way at all you can get the number soon
let me,
before I get out of work.
well, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the number. I got the number at home in my desk,
Okay.
but let me see if the number may be some other place, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll call you right back.
All right.
All right, and then next I'd like to go to call W. Can you tell us about W?
It's on 426 at 4:34 PM, and it's a call from Charlie Adelson.
Wait a minute, the transcripts aren't out yet.
From Charlie Adelson to whom?
To Donna Adelson.
X. I think we're on X.
All right, you may publish.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you fine.
Okay. Do you remember the number that was written on that paper the other day? Because I have it at home.
I don't.
Okay. Because someone just called me asking for it because they thought they remembered it, but evidently they remembered it wrong. So I'm gonna have to give it. Okay, I got the paper at my house, so don't worry about it. But you didn't write the number down anywhere.
No, I gave you the paper and that was the end of it.
I know, but I thought you maybe wrote the number down.
I didn't.
All right, just they're calling me now for the number, and I have the paperwork at my house.
Okay.
All right, I'll get it done in a few hours.
Okay.
You got it. Bye.
All right, and next we'll go to call X. Can you tell us about call X?
It's on 426 of 16 at 4:35 PM. And it's from Charlie Adelson to Catherine McDonald.
All right, so is this call immediately after the one we just heard?
Yes, it is.
Hello?
Hey, okay, I just called. They don't have the number either. It's at home, and I'm not gonna be able to give it to you until I get home.
It's always such a mission to like set up like the freaking to try to get the agent to for showing. That's why.
I know. That's why I was like, take it, write the number down. Like,
I know, but it's like I'm so good at like memorizing shit, Like I do this all day. Like I have like 1,000 numbers on my phone now, and then now when somebody calls me back, I don't remember who it is because I'm not gonna save every person's number.
I know.
I don't have a landline in my job. I have to use my cell phone.
That's why you gotta put in your contact list. You don't lose your contact.
No, I can't do that. It's gonna be random people calling my phone. There's like some clients that don't even want to like. They was one day they want to see property, another day, oh no, it's okay because they work with somebody else.
Yeah. I'm in Miami Lakes right now, so I'm not gonna. Let me see what time I get out of here. Hang on 1 second.
And then you can't even remember?
Hey, come on. My age, I'm lucky. I remember what I had for breakfast. And the only reason I remember was because they ate the same thing every day. Hang on a second. Hey, do you know what time my last patient is? That uncover? I'm done? Why didn't someone tell me? Wait, that guy that came from the other office? So I'm all done. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Can get out here before traffic hits. All right.
Yeah.
I can get the number in 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, call Y, please. What can you tell us about call Y, Agent Sanford?
Call Y is on 426 of 2016 at 5:35 PM, and it's from Mr. Garcia to Ms. McMullen.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
how you doing? How you doing, folks? Hey, Cookie.
Hey. I think I remember one of the listings that I had to tell you?
Yeah.
One of the properties?
Yeah.
What was that? I don't know, just in case that you call, because I have to set it up.
Yeah, because I tried to read some listings and each time.
Okay, it's, I believe it's 305,
Okay.
712,
Okay.
6570.
6570?
Because I always, I had like two numbers.
I know, you got that dyslexia. I get it. So the listing for the place is?
It's a 305, 712, 6570.
5570.
No. See, you're confusing me. It's a 305, 712, 6570.
I believe that was one of the ones that I tried. So I'll reach out to you again.
All right. Ethan just wanted me to tell you hi.
All right. So do I.
All right. Hey, can you call me back later?
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Did they correctly state the undercover phone number in this call?
They did.
Has anyone yet called the undercover phone number?
No, they have not.
All right. I want to move on to call Z. Tell us about call Z.
Call Z is on 427 of 16 at 10:42 a.m. and this is from Ms. Bonlaw to Mr. Adelson.
Right.
Katie.
You spoke to my secretary?
Yes, I did. So she picks up the phone. First of all, she sounds exactly like you on the phone.
She sounded like me?
What's that?
What? She sounded like me?
Hey, look, for a second, she picks up the phone and goes, she's in the bathroom. And I thought that was like some kind of code for something or other. She's like, she's in the bathroom. And I'm like, is she fluid or is she in the bathroom? My head's like spinning. I'm like, what is she trying to tell me? I'm thinking like, I was about to ask her, has she flushed or is she still floating? I want it flushed.
You
Go away.
the whole bathroom scene.
I want it flushed.
No, she wasn't flushed. Okay.
So I'm fucking thinking, I thought this was like code. I'm like, Katie, is she flushed or is she in the bathroom?
Oh my God, it's too funny.
And then I'm about to tell her, well, call me back when she's flushed.
Stop, man. I really feel really mad.
I made it clear I want the problem flushed.
Oh,
So, hey, are you going to the Keys this weekend?
I don't think so.
Yes, if you were, I was going to tell you to come by on tomorrow, and I'll tell you the code to my garage, and I'll leave something for you. Coupon. I was going to leave a gift card. And
with a coupon?
What's that?
With a coupon?
Well, it's a gift card that you could use at any hotel.
Oh, cool.
So I was kind of thinking, if you did want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card.
You apologize?
Yeah, that's if you're going to go away and like just take a deep breath, enjoy the.
I want to take a deep breath every day.
So I think Mama needs a vacation with Daddy. So why don't you guys go on a vacation, leave the fucking kids at home, and have a cocktail, call it a day, and then go wake up and do some fishing.
I just supposed to be at work. What are you doing?
What's that?
Some people like you work.
No.
I do that.
No, I'm talking driving to Port St. Lucie today.
That's a long drive.
It's fucking far. It's far if you took an
How long does it take?
Doing like 80 something nonstop. It's an hour and a half.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You're crazy. How many patients did you have?
It's honestly, it's not even that good of an office. They have another oral surgeon. It's kind of bullshit, and it's all half a day. I like the secretary, so it's nice to see. And I have lost a bunch of offices that went corporate or got sold. And then I had the implant rep bad mouthing me in all my offices, and 2 of them dropped me. So I don't care. I'm glad to be slower than I was. Like, it really wasn't good for my health. I was fucking not miserable. So, but anyway, let me know if you're planning to do a little fishing.
I won't. I don't even know.
Well,
I don't even know. Why don't you ask me what I'm like? I don't know. I don't even know.
You what?
Like, I don't know. I'm the person with no plans.
Well,
she's so annoying.
Figure your shit out. And if I were you, I would go do some fishing and have a cocktail. Because that fixes everything.
Yeah, that always fixes everything. Hallelujah.
And you find Jesus.
Look, you find Jesus, and when you find him, you tell me to take care of me.
I'm looking for it. I got so excited the other day, but then it was Jesus.
She's like, he's Jewish.
Dude, I'm your third favorite. Hey, am I your third favorite Jew still?
You are my third favorite Jew.
Yeah, number 1, you are.
Hello, it's number 1, Jesus, and then it's Drake. And then it's
Charlie.
Yeah. You're always near number 3.
I'm always behind Drake. It's a good thing T.I. is not. It's a good thing T.I. is not Jewish.
I know. Oh, but he knows how much I'm in love with him.
I know.
He has a baby already.
He has this reality show now.
Dude, are you serious?
Yeah.
He's been had that show for years. What's wrong with you?
I just saw it.
You're white. You don't like to watch BET. Oh, do anyone have BET still? I don't know, man. You need to watch something. You need Jesus.
I'll look for him.
Okay, look for him. And lemonade. Google it. Beyonce, lemonade. Google now.
Beyonce, lemonade? Yeah, no, I saw it.
Oh,
I got hot sauce in my bag.
You got hot sauce in your bag?
Yep.
Oh my God, no. No, like people just don't understand. Okay, bye.
All right, next I'd like to go to AA. Looks like AA is about 2 hours after the call we just heard.
That's correct.
All right, and tell us the details on AA.
It's 4/27/16 at 12:25 p.m. This is from Donald Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
All right, and who authenticated Mrs. Adelson's voice on these calls?
That was Wendy Adelson.
All right.
Did you say Wendy?
objection, Your Honor.
Right, overruled.
All right, we can publish AA, please.
Yeah,
If the answer is no, yes, if he doesn't want us.
he doesn't want it?
Nope.
All right.
All right, but thank you for the offer. That was very sweet.
Is it because he's tied up or is it like going?
I think he just doesn't feel like going.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he still upset about everything or
Yeah, he's not having the best day.
did something else happen?
No. No. So, just understand and maybe another time. It's just not right now.
All right. No, so.
Okay. But thank you, Stephen.
Wait, everything else is being taken care of.
Great.
Just so you know, they actually called the person. And
Thank goodness.
nobody picked up.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
They would have these throwaway phones, maybe.
Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, it's totally nothing. So it's voicemail, but no one picked up. They tried a couple times. I wouldn't worry let me tell you something. I would not worry at all. I'd worry about other things.
Okay.
That's you got to find something new to worry about.
No, I don't want to believe me. I don't
No.
I do not have to worry. Don't even say that to me.
You have to find something new to worry about.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what you're gonna do with your free time.
Yeah.
But
all my free time.
no. You never. Let me just tell you something. You never let yourself have free time.
No, that's not true.
Always
That isn't true.
be like, oh, I gotta do this, and then I gotta do that, and I have to be behind on this. And I got laundry, and I got laundry to do, and then I gotta go to Publix. Yeah,
Actually, I had to run this morning because it's Administrative Professionals Day, which I didn't realize until the last minute. I had to go run out and buy a cake for Erica, so.
But listen,
and then I got a big chalazion on my eye last night, and so I had to run to CVS this morning and go get drops and eye medication and stuff.
I mean, you always. I mean, I'm telling you.
I'm really trying not to, Charlie. Just so you know, I'm really trying not to.
But I'm just saying, like, I mean, you're like, ask me how many times we went down to the hot tub since we moved in here. Like, that's your fault. No one else is.
I know. You know that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, you gotta find something else to because
we try to enjoy every day. We
trust me when I tell you, Mom. It is. You've done nothing wrong, and it's because of that you have nothing. Literally nothing to worry about. Someone's fishing and someone wants to try to make some money because they're struggling. But that will never amount to anything. So someone's just trying to throw something, throw a fishing line out there and say, how you doing? Throw a fishing line out there and see if they can catch something. And I understand why they're doing it. I understand what they're trying to do. But I mean, it doesn't make it right. But the funny thing is, they really don't. They're just fishing. It's all that's going on, and I wouldn't worry about it at all. So I've told you that many times. I'm sure you know.
I got you, Charlie. I got it.
It's not going to change the fact. Hey, how are you? Good. Can you go there and run this through and then hand it back to me? I need to make sure I get this back there. I don't want to mix it. But yeah, I would not. I mean, I know it's easier for me to say than for you to do it, but I would not sit around and drive yourself to the point where you get sick because of that. I mean,
I know, sweetheart. I do.
I mean, it just, you know what I mean? Like, you say
Yeah.
you know.
I do.
And it's like,
Yeah, I do.
I wouldn't, listen, the person I came to was just relaying a message. And then some dumb idiot wants to go ahead and they want to follow it up with a letter. Like, and the truth is that the number was called, they didn't even pick up. And then she tried calling at 786, thinking maybe they moved it one down wrong, and the 786 not 305, and that one went and she left the voicemail. But the other one, no.
Mm.
So it's not even, so it's absolutely pointless. And trust me when I tell you, it's not, you're having to live in a very, not only in a very safe building, but it's a very safe area. I mean, it's not the area you want to ever do anything. I'm telling you right now. You there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's if you do anything in that area, it's a very, 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 very high risk area to do anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine.
And you're not that important. I mean, I hate to break the news to you.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd like to not be important.
Well, I mean, you're crazy, yeah, both of you are. But I'm just saying, like, that important? No. Like, what you don't realize is that the amount of undercover police south of Fifth, there's undercover police south of Fifth. There's people there's security guys on bikes that have radios that drive all over the place, and they just pop up around corners because there's lots of corners everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, there's 1 second they're there, and the next second they're not. Then they're there, then they're not. And then you have everyone on the planet has a cell phone. And then outside of every single building, there's a security camera. And then there's undercover cops, so you don't know if the homeless guy sitting talking to himself has a radio in his ear and he's a police officer. And that's actually what they do with a lot of undercover cops, is they just sit them on the corner and they dress them up like a bum, and you can't tell the difference. Here.
I know.
And then the person sits there with a radio in their ear and they talk to the other officers all day, and you think they're just sitting there listening to their music, and they look like a homeless guy. And that's what you have all over the place. So that area, and then you have cops just sitting there walking around. I mean, that area south of Fifth, nothing ever happens there. Do you ever notice, like, you never hear of anything, you never see of anything? And the only way to get off of there is to go over a bridge.
Right.
It's not, it's not an area that you want to, put it this way, it's not an area you're going to get away from. It's a very, very, very difficult area to do something. For that reason. I mean, people, there's this, they keep undercover cops all over the place for a reason. You know why? There's certain areas that there's a ton of billionaires and rich people and famous people. They don't want anything happening down there. Now, other areas of Miami, they don't have that kind of police presence, but you go to Overtown, they don't have that. But in that area, I mean, it's a very, very difficult area to do. If you wanted to do something, it's a very difficult area. And you're not that important. And it's not like you're going to, it's not like someone's going to come after you there. And then if you think, like, the stupidity of thinking, oh, well, they'll hurt one and then the other one will pay, like, it doesn't work like that. I mean, it's like, it's just, honestly, I've just had enough of everything. I mean, I feel bad that you want to worry yourself to the point you get sick, but that's what you guys want to choose to do. But I'm telling you that, like, I would be more upset about, I think there's a higher likelihood that Lincoln loses his eyeball because his brother's cool from the pencil stump. No, I'm just saying, like, reality check.
I don't worry because out of the blue, I decide, I think I really have, I'd like to worry today. People try to worry. I mean, I've had some issues that are concerning.
I understand
that.
they've been addressed. Things that aren't addressed is the fact that Ben doesn't listen to anybody because you don't want to tell, nobody wants to lay the law down with him. But no, I mean, I'm just telling you.
That's being worked on. That's being worked on.
I'm just telling you out of like, it's like, you gotta have better things. You just realize that the likelihood is so small, you have a better likelihood of aggravating yourself and getting a heart attack. I'm just telling you, and hear me out, you have a better chance.
I hope
well,
you're right.
I'm not glad you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. But
No, I hope.
But I'm just telling you, is you have a better chance of upsetting yourself and giving yourself a heart attack. Patient's here? What's that? Not yet. She's here? She's okay. Perfect. They have the motor set up and everything there? Motor set up here, or why would set her up there? No. Yeah, they should do it with the third hole retraction and panties. I just walked in, she was over there. Maybe they'll bring the motor over. Or maybe they'll bring the patient over.
Where are you working?
Port St. Lucie.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, Mom, you have
Okay,
take a
I
step back
understand what you're
and realize that you have a better chance of giving yourself a heart attack from aggravating yourself. Okay, let me get to work, okay? Go.
I love you, John.
We need to take a break, Ms. Catherine.
Yes, whenever you're ready, Judge.
Right? Just leave the transcripts there. They'll pick them up. Have a good lunch break. Let's be back at 1 o'clock.
Whenever you're ready, I'm ready to address the issue
Everybody please seated.
of the transcript that was prepared by this witness. And I also have a
You said you were going to give me some case law. Anything else from anybody? We'll see y'all at 1. But
If I could just tell you, I put Martinez in there, which I know you've already looked at, but take a look at footnote 5 on Martinez, and then the case that's cited there is attached as well.
okay, 1 o'clock.
Remember, we go straight through. We don't cut for dinner break or anything like that. That's how I like it.
No matter what phone you're using, it still show,
Well, it doesn't show who's calling you.
I know how to block a call.
Right.
That's not the point, but it's like,
Star 67. So I did that. It rang 7 times. I'll be there in 1 minute. Without Tylenol, Vicodin is acetaminophen. It's ibuprofen. It's not Tylenol. Yeah. Okay.
it's like fucking lady. Get the fuck out the way, stupid ass.
Yeah, I would do this. I would, I guess just call again later.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, you know what? With all this crank calling, I'm gonna call from every fucking body's phone and fucking leaving a message in everybody's fucking phone. From everybody's phone. Wanna play games? Wanna play games?
Really fucking odd because they picked up on the Sanford.
For you.
And they called, and I mean the only thought in my head is because so I've got one thing. Maybe you could find out, or I'm going to wait a couple days, and then I may call the person back. So the person was when they answered the phone at first, they weren't that ghetto, and as they started talking to me, they started talking more tough. But it was more of like I could hear a New York accent in there. And it sounds like a white guy.
No. The voicemail time is New York, but I gotta find out what's going on. But I'm saying I'm gonna call from somebody else's phone because I don't want my phone because I would use this phone for work.
Right. And the thing is,
I need is like somebody crank calling me.
Right. Listen, the one thing is this: either maybe that person will want to meet someone and talk to them about what their issue is, Or I want to ask the person
No,
to say,
they're gonna have an issue because, you don't just go threatening people, throwing out names.
they're saying that I'm helping a Katie, or not me, but my family's helping a Katie and her family and some other guy that's name began with a T that I'm like, dude, I've never met any of these people. He goes, well, you not, but the family has been, and they've been helping him out, her and her family and this other
You
guy.
haven't met, but then they're, like, it makes no sense to stop
But he's like, because he asked me who I was, and I was like, none of your business. So I was almost, in hindsight, what I should have said was, because I have because this is a big family and there's lots of cousins.
Yeah.
Who in my, because the Adelson family is a big family. So what I should have said to the guys, who in my family, who in the Adelson family owes somebody money? Give me the name. Because
yeah, of course.
give me the name, and then I will go to that person in that family and say, who did you not pay? I want to know the name. I want to know the name. The only name that keeps throwing out is that this Adelson family is helping out Katie and some guy named T and their family, and this guy needs your help, and it's not right. And he's like, this problem's not going away. Because this is not going away. He's like, it's fucked up that you're not helping.
Right there. That's fucked up that you're not helping. Like, who the fuck are you? How the fuck like, who are you?
Listen, it's like me calling someone up and being like, yeah, I know you told JFK, you need to pay me. Okay, well, guess what? You didn't tell JFK.
That is the wrong example. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Well,
I don't get it. You always use that example. Like, I don't get it.
Because JFK died in 1963. And you weren't born then. My point is that I had nothing to do with any of this craziness. I want to know who in my family owes somebody money, because I'm going to go to that person and say, what's going on? And that's what that's the next conversation I have with this person is going to be me, if it comes to it, me saying, who owes money? If someone owes money, you got to give me a name. Not like,
exactly. You need to say, where do you want to be?
My mom doesn't know who these people are. My dad.
No, I want to set up whoever this fucking person is trying to fucking say shit or do whatever it is to your family, starting to harass your family. Like, it's getting me mad.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why they keep bringing up people who I've never met.
That's why it's like, who are you? Number one, okay, you need something. Who are you then? What's your real name? What's your address? Who do you have a problem with?
Yeah, who in my family owes you money? And don't say the last name, because I'm going to go to that person and tell them, if you owe this person money, what is it about? Number one. And then I'm going to tell them, go pay him. But you got to tell me who to go talk to. Not like, oh, somebody with the last name Adelson. Well, guess what? That's like saying someone with the last name.
And calling your
Rodriguez
and shit. Like, what is
someone
that?
with the last name Rodriguez. I was like, well, give me the fucking first name. And I will go talk to, if it was my brother who was behind this, I'm going to fucking find out. I mean, fuck, if it was my brother, I'll turn him in and get the reward money. My brother's a piece of shit. So I'm saying, like, give me the name of who owes your friend or friend's family money. And this guy said to me, he said, listen, I was with him up in Broward. I knew everything that went on.
I was up with him in Broward. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, something about Broward.
I was up with him in Broward doing what?
I don't know if some guy he's
a
talking
family
about.
member, but he said he's a family member.
He said he was his brother.
Somebody's incarcerated.
He said it was that guy's Tuco or whatever's brother. He said, I'm his brother. I was with him up in Broward when he told me what everything had happened. That's exactly what
Who
he
was
said.
up with him in Broward and
I don't know what he was
that happened.
I don't know if he was in jail with him, visiting him in jail.
Like, he needs to like fucking, if people just can be fucking Googling shit or whatever it is.
Well, and that's, well, exactly. But the only reason I'm even bothered on calling you is because they keep wanting to talk about you. Or if I was the wrong person, then I would feel even horrible. But this person doesn't matter. Like, you're still harassing my fucking family, and I want to stop. I mean, when you meet someone face to face on the street, when you send them a letter, And then when you start calling their office, the next call is to the FBI.
Exactly. No, I agree.
My
I
thing
will
is this.
personally go there.
I don't want anyone to go to jail, because you know what, people get mad when they go to jail and they feel like getting somebody back. Same reason when my jet ski got stolen, I don't even care who fucking stole it. I've insured, give my money back, it sucks, it got stolen, move on. I wouldn't want to catch the guy who stole my jet ski. Why? It's grand theft. I don't want to put anyone in jail who knows what fucking was.
Okay, but you know what? If this person keeps fucking saying shit, then they need to start giving information. They need to start saying something instead of
They
saying
need to tell me who owes the money.
Not a fucking psychic. Nobody's a psychic.
Yeah,
Okay?
I mean,
What's your problem?
the
Exactly.
family's got lots of members. So, or it could have been a cousin of mine. It could have been my brother. Like, who owes the money? And I will call
And
that
what
person.
money? Like who? Like, you know, I could throw in anybody saying, do that.
No,
Like,
but let's
if
see.
somebody calls my phone back, like, I'm always like, hey, who's this?
I'm just curious to see who's so interested in your family and what's going on.
That's why. It's like, that's why you're pissing me off. It's like, why am I being thrown into something?
If they weren't talking about you and some other guy whose name goes by T, it seems like everyone goes by T these days. But whatever the guy's other name is, he said it so quick, I don't even remember. But he wasn't talking about you, your name, and then some other guy whose name begins with
But
T.
you're just saying too much now. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
That's what I'm repeating to you what the guy said.
I know, I heard you the first time.
But that's the only reason. I know, but I'm saying.
Becoming repetitive and like, it becomes nonsense.
The only reason I called you is because this guy's bringing you guys up, which has nothing.
I know a million people that starts with a T. I know a million. I know a T gets a freaking Tony, a freaking Taco, a freaking bro. Everybody has a nickname. Like,
I'm so bad at names. I think I called the guy Simon or Sammy, or I don't even know what the fuck I called him.
That is such a fucking white person's name.
But then when I told my mom I called Simon, and my mom goes, Sammy. I go, oh, it's beginning with an S. I fuck everyone.
Now it's Sammy. I was like, oh, but then he responded, oh, what is your last name? What is your address? So that I can send your mother a fucking letter, or meet your mother in the freaking middle of the street.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the next call.
Yep. Let's find him.
All right.
What's his problem? Because he's about to have a big problem.
He's gonna have a fucking big ass problem.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I am the fucking wrong person. God forgive him that he fucking said the wrong fucking name, because now it becomes my business.
I'll pick a new name next time to reference.
All right. I hate that shit.
By the way, did you ever get a
I
chance
fuck
to pick
bitches
that
up for
package?
no reason.
You never picked up the package, did you?
I mean, I'm fucking all the way right here. Like, I gotta get my kids. I'm trying to figure out if I can go up like later on.
Okay. Let me know, but I have. I'm still here. I'll probably be here in another hour.
Yeah, but I mean, you're gonna be home, right?
Yeah, I'll be home. I should be home by 7.
Okay, well, you can even halfway, and I have to run all the way.
I know. Okay. I forgot.
I know. I gotta tell you stuff about work anyway. So I have a lot of shit that I have to tell you about work.
All right. Yeah, I've been getting bad reviews on online studio work on it too. But let me.
I do nothing but good reviews. What are you talking about?
I know. Right, let me call you later. Okay.
Or let the jury step out. Give you all 15 minutes. We'll stay in session. Everybody be seated. Were you wanting to make a proffer on Mr. Sanford?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Right, Agent Sanford, I want to talk to you about the Dolce Vita recording. Can you explain what it is that you did in reference to the recording that allowed you to produce the transcript that you did?
As far as listening to it and doing it over and over, I spent weeks and weeks and months listening with noise canceling headphones and just playing it back over and over, trying to get the best audio, to be able to make it as audible as possible for me to make out what was being said.
And do you have any specialized training or experience with the FBI to listen to inaudible recordings?
Special training? No, I have training as a technically trained agent.
As a what?
Technically trained agent, where I
What's that?
can do where I do installs, things like that. I do handle technical equipment to be able to facilitate the recordings themselves of going out and deploying the equipment.
Okay. How often have you done this process of listening to difficult or inaudible recordings to try to parse out what's being said?
On other cases?
Yeah.
Dozens of times.
And what equipment did you use when you were listening to this particular recording?
A laptop.
Okay. Any specialized listening equipment? I think you mentioned headphones or?
Yep. I had noise canceling headphones and the software that went along with the equipment.
All right. And what's that software?
It's a proprietary software.
Through the FBI?
Yes.
And does the software enhance spoken words?
Does it enhance spoken words? I don't know if I could describe it as enhancing.
Well, why don't you tell me what it does do?
It basically does the same thing that some Weather Channel people have, where it kind of it minimizes other obstructive noises in the background. So like on the football field, they use these special kind of microphones and equipment to hear on the field and cancel out the crowd, basically. So some of the same type of equipment.
All right. And does the equipment that you were using or the software that you were using to listen to this particular item, does it change anything about the words that are spoken on the?
Does not change the words, no.
All right. But it does suppress some of the white noise or the environmental noise on the tape?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you estimate about how many times you listened to this thing to get the transcript?
Probably well over 100.
And what was the type of environment that you listened to the tape in?
No, in my office with the door shut by myself.
Okay. And is the transcript that you produced an accurate product of what you were able to hear once you listened repetitively in that environment with that equipment?
That's correct.
Objection, improper bolster.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Obviously, it's not practical for the jury to listen to this thing over 100 times, but is there a way for them to listen to it with the equipment that you were able to listen to it with?
With the headphones, you mean?
And the proprietary software?
It's possible. I'd have to figure that out if we were able to do that.
How would we do that?
That's a good question. I'd have to get the equipment, and I don't know how they would get the headphones hooked up, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I thought we thoroughly explored this and determined that there was no way for them to simultaneously all listen to it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know the way.
Okay, all right, thank you, nothing further.
Cross.
Special Agent Sanford, you indicated that what you were trying to do is to take inaudible communication and making it audible. Is that in essence what you're trying to do?
I'm trying to make out the words on the recording and trying to minimize the background noise is what I was trying to do. Trying to make out what was being said.
So in essence, taking something that normally you can't hear and making it something that you're attempting to decipher what they're saying, correct?
That's a fair assessment, I guess.
You've indicated that you've done this how many times before?
Dozens.
Have you ever testified with regards to this type of altered testimony in state court before?
Altered testimony?
I'm sorry. with this type of testimony before in state court?
What type of testimony? I'm sorry.
Where you take inaudible information and convert it with your own, in making a transcript on your own?
No, not with a transcript of my own, no.
Are you aware of any peer review processes with regards to the methods and techniques that you use to change what was originally inaudible to now making a transcript of it?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Are there any, okay. The methods that you use, are you aware of any peer review articles with regards to the specialized equipment that the FBI uses?
No, I'm not aware of any.
To your knowledge, has this technology been compared to other technology?
Not to my knowledge that I know of. No.
When did you say this technology came out?
It's been around a while from my understanding.
Right. So when you say a while, does that mean like a month, a year, 5 years?
I mean, the technology itself or this particular system? The technology itself is the same thing that like weathermen use on the news and sporting events, things like that. That's the technology.
So like about a decade?
I'd be guessing.
Pardon me. So let me just kind of give a summation. Ask
I
you
was listening the first time, Mr. Sanguinet. I don't need a summation. Do you have anything new you want to cover with him?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Cox?
Yes, Your Honor. Agent, you did this transcript off the enhanced recording
Some of it I did.
using proprietary software of the FBI.
That's correct.
You're not at liberty to be able to tell us about that proprietary software?
No, not.
You're not able to tell us what algorithm it uses to be able to determine what words are what words?
Algorithm it uses to do what? Repeat that, please.
I think that answers our question, that you wouldn't be able to tell us about the software, right?
No, I wouldn't.
And if we were to try to get a court order to have the FBI turn that over, it still would not be turned over, right?
To my knowledge, that wouldn't be my call, though.
Because that's protected, that's owned, and that's kept secret by the FBI.
It's not kept secret. It is protected, though, yes.
Well, it's kept secret, meaning that the only people that know about it work for the FBI, right?
I don't know if that's true either.
All right. Was a person involved in the enhancement along with the software?
Along with the software, no.
Did somebody at the FBI sit down, work on it?
After I gave them a copy of it, they sat down and worked on the copy of it, correct?
Correct. And you remember at deposition, we asked you if you could get us the name of that person. You remember that, right?
That's correct.
You never got us that name though, did you?
The name's in the report. I didn't personally talk to you about that, no, but the name's in the report.
You remember in the deposition this year, a couple months ago,
Correct.
I asked you if you could get that name to these prosecutors. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
You're saying that you've given them that name.
It's in the reports that I've provided over. Now,
So
I can't recall if I actually called them with the actual name, but his report is in the information.
There's a 302 report.
It's not a 302, it's a lab report.
And who is this that did this report?
I don't recall his name off the top of my head. He's a lab examiner.
So since our deposition, a lab examiner from the FBI did a report,
No, he did it before the deposition.
but since the deposition, you gave it to these prosecutors.
It was on the original CD, I believe. Now,
I asked because we don't have it.
okay.
Do you know what methods this, and I say unknown person because it's unknown to me, what methods this unknown person did to enhance the audio?
No, I don't.
All right. Turn over to the next topic right now. And I'm going to quote from a footnote in case law. Are you professionally skilled in understanding inaudible and indistinguishable tape recordings?
I've never been classified as that, and that I know of, no.
You're not professionally skilled to do that?
In what light? My professional opinion or some classification? I'm not sure how you're what you're asking me.
I'll re-ask it. Are you professionally skilled in understanding inaudible tape recordings?
Professionally skilled, in my opinion, yes.
What specialized training did you receive to become professionally skilled in understanding inaudible tape recordings?
I haven't received any training in that exact area, but I've been working on it for over 20 years and done it many a times. And
let's talk about that. We're going to jump topics. I'll come back to your training. You said that you've done this before, right?
yes,
Quote, on some of my cases.
yes, not all of my cases.
But those are your words, some of your cases, right?
When did I say this? In my deposition or just a little while ago?
In your deposition.
Okay,
Do you trust me that that's in your deposition?
sure.
And that it's not your everyday job to do this?
Right, it's not.
But you've done it before.
Yes.
Can you name for this court one case where your transcript has been admitted in?
No, I did not say my transcript was admitted in.
I understand that, but
That's what you're asking me.
has there ever been a case that your transcript has been used?
Not that I know of. Actually, I take that back. Yes, I do. I had a prison case against a federal correctional officer where we made recordings on this correctional officer, and he had, I can go further in the case if you want. He had actually committed a fraud against somebody, and I did transcript, and that was used in federal court. Yes.
In what kind of proceeding?
Trial,
For?
criminal trial, where he was convicted at trial.
All right, let's come back over to your training. You have no certifications that allow you to understand inaudible tape recordings.
No.
Do you understand the question? What we're saying here, it's an inaudible tape recording so that you would have skills to be able to go into the recording and extract out of it what was inaudible.
I'm not familiar with that type of training. No, I've not been to that.
So you don't have anything like that?
No.
What about indistinguishable tape recordings? Do you have any certifications that make you professionally skilled in understanding indistinguishable tape recordings?
No.
So it's just a matter of you've done it a bunch of times before, so therefore you're professionally skilled?
It's a matter of doing the experience and hearing the phone calls, knowing the voices, knowing how they talk, and listen to it over and over and over, and being able to distinguish what is some of what is being said.
One brief second, Your Honor. So you listen to the phone calls?
Yes.
Just like this jury has done here today, they listen to the phone calls.
That's correct.
So you're no more skilled than they are themselves of comparing the phone calls that they've just heard to what would be in the Dolce Vita video.
I disagree. I've listened to the phone calls many a times. They've listened to them once.
One brief second, Your Honor. Do you have a current CV?
No.
Do you have a CV?
No, I don't.
Do you know what a CV is?
Yes.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Florida Supreme Court in Martinez and again in Davis v. State, which was a 2013 case, has outlined the procedures for trial court to follow. They've set out 4 steps. One, the court would determine from the recording whether the unintelligible portions make the tape unworthy or untrustworthy, and therefore excluded altogether. I've made that analysis. I find there's enough audible information not to cause the tape to be untrustworthy. There are certainly some parts of it very difficult to understand, but I don't find that to make it untrustworthy, so I'm allowed the tape to be played. As to transcripts, they set out 3 ways in which a transcript can be authenticated by stipulation, which is obviously not the case here, or the trial court make an independent pretrial determination after hearing from persons who can properly testify as to its accuracy would either be a participant or a real-time monitor of the recording with superior ability to hear. Obviously, we have neither of those situations. And they have left open in footnote 5 that the state has pointed out that an expert witness with certain professional skill could authenticate. Expert witness professionally skilled in understanding inaudible and indistinguishable tape recording could be qualified to make such determination. I don't find that Agent Sanford falls into that category. He's not an expert witness. So I'm not going to allow the transcript to be used. I am confident that if we played the tape and gave them a transcript, that at least by halfway through the recording, the jury would simply be reading the transcript. They would be unable to match the transcript with the tape. I made great effort to attempt to do so. I did it initially thinking that would be relatively simple, was totally unable to. I went back this weekend with headsets and again tried to do it. Again, was unable to do so. I'm not sure that what the Supreme Court has set out for us is a realistic approach. We don't have the ability to give jurors headsets, and as we in the past have been able to do in federal court where they can hear it real well. I accept what Agent Sanford has said. I've done it myself, sat and listened to hours for transcripts, play it forward, play it back, listen again. I know that it can be done, but Florida Supreme Court has not authorized that as a way to authenticate. When you do that, I don't know how it can be used with recording anyway, because what the jury's hearing is not really exactly what you would be hearing as the transcriber, because you're able to move it back and forth and listen very carefully. So I don't know how that's to be done in the future, but I can say that at this point in time, the Florida Supreme Court has not authorized that. I did read the cases under footnote 5 of Martinez. I would note that both those cases were reversals for failing to comply with this. I have not found any case where that was in a straightforward way upheld. I did find one first DCA case from 1983, Golden v. State, which is 429 Southern 2nd 45, where some portions of a transcript in dispute were used, and it was portions used in cross-examination of a defendant, and they upheld it. In that case, the tape recording was enhanced and authenticated by Dr. Holbrook, who is a professor at FSU with the qualifications to make such a enhancement, but he wasn't the one actually doing the transcript. It was an agent. That's the only case where I can find a case of that sort has been affirmed where a transcript was done in that way. So I'm not reversing my ruling. We'll give you a few minutes, take a restroom break. We'll finish up with Agent Sam.
All rise and come to order. Court is back in session.
So adjourned.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Tiffany.
Hey, Agent Sanford, we just concluded the MM call, and I think we'd like to talk about the NN text next. What can you tell us about the text?
It was on 4/28/16 at 7:39 PM, and it was from Mr. Garcia to Mrs. McBaumel.
And what is the content of that text?
It says, "I called 3 times, no answer, and I did not leave a message."
All right, and then is there a call after that? OO?
Yes.
Tell us about OO.
It's on 4/28/2016 at 7:49 PM. This is from Ms. McBaumel to Charlie Adelson.
All right, this is about 10 minutes after the text message.
That's correct.
All right, let's publish OO, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Call that number 3 times. The first time, like, left a message in Spanish. And then for some reason, like, that voicemail says, puto, you know what puto is, right? Like a bitch. Like, oh, this is puto. Like, why would you have that as your voicemail?
In Spanish, it said, oh, this is puto?
So puto. Puto is like, puto in my language is a food, a type of food. But supposedly that voicemail that they have set up, the guy says puto, what sounds like puto.
And then what does he say on the voicemail?
Like it's something in Spanish. Like you reach puto, whatever, and it's in Spanish. So he left a message in Spanish saying, what the fuck this is? You need to fucking call me and you need to stop threatening my fucking family. So, and then I was like, keep trying.
Yeah.
But they don't pick up. So now somebody's either spooked because what the fuck is going on? Or I don't know.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good. The person's gonna.
Like other things are like running in my head because it's like with the names that you're saying, I'm like maybe it's like somebody's trying to like be like, you know, try to be an informant or something or whatever. Like, you know, there were so many things like going on.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too.
But then it's like, yeah, but then, you know, just people you could trust and then people you can't. But then it's like, I don't know. I honestly, like, it's like aggravating me. Hold on, I'm on the phone, don't talk to me. If I'm on the phone, don't talk to me. Be quiet. Hello?
Could have been someone reading the newspaper and playing games. And like I said,
you're playing with the wrong person.
Yeah, and I don't know how the fuck they got your name, but they didn't use a last name. So it's
exactly. It could be anybody.
It could have been another Katie and another Taco or whoever the fuck they said. I don't remember the name. But the point is that they need to stop.
No, exactly. Well, I'm on the phone. Okay, I don't care, but I'm on the phone right now. So don't talk to me right now. I'm boiling still right now. Like, you don't understand. Like, it's pissing me off. Like, pick up the fucking phone. Like, now you don't want to pick up the phone? Well, then dress, so you don't want to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
So it's one or two things.
Yeah, no, I got you with that. And I just, fucking call it,
Basically, you said, hey, you're messing with my family, and if you don't stop, we're gonna have problems. In Spanish. So whoever it is, they're gonna have a problem with us no matter what.
They're gonna have a problem with me.
So what?
They're gonna have a problem with me too. I mean,
exactly.
Listen,
whoever it is, they're gonna have a problem with either one of us, or even if I'm in the mix or not.
Dude, you're coming up to my fucking mom on the street. then you're sending letters to their house, then you're fucking calling my dad's office,
The office.
leaving messages, like, that's
No,
3 times, like,
no, he was livid. My friend, I told my friend, and I was like, look, can you do me this favor? Because it's like, I'm not a guy, and I don't know if it's me they're talking about. And then he's like, that's some fucked up shit.
yeah.
And it's like, don't worry, no matter what, like, whatever it is, like, I'm gonna handle it. Point blank.
Yeah. Well, I feel better. I definitely feel better. I apologize for not going and getting a Hallmark card, but I got a little something, so. Traffic
I'm just, it's like right now I'm about to go to like freaking, like I'm taking a Zumba class because I'm on edge. Like, you don't understand. It's like I want to punch somebody in the face so bad.
Picture yourself.
One thing is like when somebody, I understand it and I feel for your parents and I care for them.
Don't come to my parents like,
exactly.
Like my parents
That's
are fucking old. Like dude,
like, what are you doing during this stress? That's why, like my friend understood in that part. I was like, look, you gotta understand. Like, imagine, like somebody doing this to my mom, somebody doing this to your mom, and that's when he had gone angry. He's like, look, I don't know what it is. I don't want to get into anybody's business, you know. But if they did mention your name, I don't like that, and it's gonna be handled.
Good.
And that fact that nobody's picking up the phone now is like frustrating me. Because it's like,
there was no voicemail before, now there is.
Now there is. Their next phone call is going to be the freaking, it's not going to be good in either way. No matter what way it ends, it's not going to be good for whoever is messing around.
No. I mean, that's it. And listen, I don't want some.
I don't want any problems. Imagine, like, look at this. I'm taking up somebody else's, you know? Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on.
And listen, the last thing I want to do is some guy. The last thing I want to do is have some guy who's trying to extort money go to jail and then feel like he's sitting in jail because of me. Like, no, like, fucking just leave us alone. I'm not looking to send people to jail. It's not how I live life. I just need to, but it's going to happen if this guy keeps doing that. The police will get involved, they'll get in trouble.
Yeah, of course, you know, don't threat, especially, you can be calling somebody's business. What's wrong with people?
Well, you can't be sending letters, you can't be showing up on the street.
Exactly.
But
then it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what, is this like a setup? Like, what do you got, like what?
You know, or it could be someone like thinking like, but the fact that this is it. The next step also, what I'm thinking is in a couple of days, I'll tell the person, hey, give me the name of someone in this family that owes you money because I'm going to go pay them a visit. Give me a name. Is it my brother? Is it Robert?
And I'll take care of it.
Yeah, and I will see that if someone owes somebody money, they will pay, but you got to give me a name because you're talking to the wrong people.
Exactly. You're threatening other people and treating.
Yeah, I mean,
like, who are you?
Katie, I have cousins. I've got a huge family.
I gotta get in here. My kids are like, you know, they're sponges. They hear everything, and I'm very upset.
Do you want me to try to meet up with you, or do you want me to just leave it for you to pick up tomorrow?
Yeah, if you can.
Do you want me to try to meet up with you?
I want to if you can, but if you can't, you know, I'll call you when I get out of here.
Okay, I was just gonna work out.
Yeah, I know what I'm trying to do because, like, I can't. I have to go off and see it. Like, I can't.
Go work out and call me, and then
And I'm not the type to work out. Imagine.
You what?
And I'm not even the type to work out. And imagine, I had really hold your sister's hand. Hold your sister's hand. Bring the jacket. Hold on. I'm sorry. Don't ever let her walk on yourself. You know that. You know better than that. Okay.
All right, hit me up.
It's okay, baby.
Meet you, or you'll pick it up tomorrow.
Okay, we'll do. I'll call you in like an hour. This is like an hour's left.
Okay, call me in an hour. Bye.
Bye.
All right, I want to go to the next day, 4/29/16, and call PP.
Yes.
Tell us about PP, Paul.
Yep, it's on 8:45 a.m. in the morning, and it's a call from Mr. Adelson to Ms. McBone.
From Mr. Adelson to Catherine McBanoa.
Yes.
All right. Publish copy, please.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
So, you know what, just leave it. I wanted to go see you because I have a lot of shit to tell you.
Alright.
But, I mean, like, you're all the way far west. And it's like, I don't know what time I'm gonna get out. Or no,
Okay.
you're Pebble.
Pembroke Pines, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just that even though I'm like sending out, getting back, I might have to get the kids. Like, I don't know yet. Like, I can tell him, but he got home really late tonight. Because it was so funny, okay? But of course, remember I told you somebody passed away?
Yeah.
And apparently, you know, obviously everybody knew this kid. And for some reason, this girl ended up with my friend's sister, which they don't know each other. Until they were at some bar, and then she called. I forgot to tell you that she called me like 2 or 3 days ago, blowing up my phone out of the blue, right? Like, I haven't spoken to her in a long time, but it's because I knew she did that because remember I had been like confrontation in the bar, and supposedly that was her roommate.
Right.
So she's a little gossiper, so I guess she wanted to know that she's met because when I didn't talk to this guy for a long time, but then I spoke to my friend, and he's like, yeah, I spoke to her. She was blowing up my phone in the morning, so I was like, who the fuck is this? And she's like, oh, how do you not know? Whatever. My phone changed. He doesn't save the number, you know what I mean?
Right.
So she's like, oh yeah, that was my ex-roommate, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, he told her, he's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't care for this. Like, I don't care who she was, but she just needed to be out of the freaking bar. Like, she obviously, like, was going to get her ass whooped already, you know?
Yeah.
So, but what a coincidence, right? So I was like, put a couple of scenarios together, and this he got up so late because he's like, no, I don't want my sister sleeping over. Her sister's older sister was like, oh, I let her stay over the house. This other girl said, like, I let her stay over my house. Like, you don't even fucking know if I'm trying to pay. So it was just weird. And then the conversation that they had, she's like, oh, I didn't do it. I was like, what do you mean? What do you didn't do it? My friend was like, I just want to see this little girl, you know? Like, the way it's coming up, I don't know, like, we're just being, like, cautious about everything. But I have to know the rest of the thing because they had gotten home really late. Like, I was knocked out, and I was, like, going in and out of my seat because I was getting nervous at the same time. He's like, oh, I'm going to show up to this place, so-and-so. And he's like, I'm going to go pick up my sister because I don't want my sister sleeping over whatever. You know, like, she fell asleep in my house. Like, when I woke up, like, she was downstairs on the couch.
Right.
So I'm going to pick her up. But the thing is, he's making it play out, and it seems like everybody's, like, everybody's like off guard with him.
All of a sudden, yeah.
Everybody's fucking like scared.
That's pretty ironic.
You know, so it's like, and then the thing was, how come you're not picking up the phone now? Blowing up the phone, the nigga had the guts to go on her phone and make a call from her phone. Nobody picked up. And then, I don't know the rest of the story, whatever it is, or if my name is really on anything, or if they're even talking about me, or whatever it is, whatever game is going on, I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah. It's pretty ironic.
And it's obvious that you hear anything, because now it's like, now remember I told you I was like, apparently that the message, the voicemail now is in Spanish. So you responded back in Spanish.
Yeah.
You know? Like, and I wasn't rude, like you said, or whatever. And he's like he said like some new shit, like, oh, like, like, where the fuck it is, where the fucking playing fucking games, I'll fucking fuck you up in your motherfucking ass, I'll fucking mess with my fucking family. It's gonna be a big fucking problem.
The accent, being from where it came from, there's not a lot of that. I mean,
it's the same accent. He said, I said it, and I was like the same voice. So now, it's being detected. The thing is, I'm so cautious about everything else, you know?
yeah, no, for sure.
That's one scenario. But, you know, you gotta figure out other things just in case.
It's one of two.
It can only be one of two, apparently. It's somebody that's desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the other person knows from the outside.
Right.
So they won't risk. That's why I know for a fact it's not from the inside. It's somebody trying to be greedy, probably, you know, hey, everybody knew who I dated in the past and stuff. I've had a couple boyfriends, you know,
yeah.
But something out.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Yeah, and they just made a big mistake. So don't fucking worry. Don't worry. Regardless, whatever bullshit is happening, it will be taken care of. For the mere fact that I don't like anybody disrespecting your family, scaring your family after everything you guys have been through. You know, you told me stuff that's happened before, so it's not like I'm oblivious to it.
No, it's out there. It's out there everywhere anyway.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you mentioned stuff to me too, obviously, like, I've never probed you on it because that's some personal shit, like,
yeah.
That's like none of my business.
Well, I just wanted to stop.
I'm hoping that I'm on the right lead. And either way, my friend said that either way, no matter what, if for some reason he is wrong or whatever, like, whatever way it is, it's gonna go down, like, he takes full responsibility of whatever, just because for the mere fact of my name.
Yeah, but listen, there's not any, nothing of that sorts.
No, but I'm saying if somebody gets their ass whooped, somebody gets, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, someone has to get their ass whooped, they have to get their ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying. When you show face, and everybody's a little stunned.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I'm a good reader of people, but some people are just really, really good at it, and I guess that's one talent that they have. One of many patterns. Let me not be so.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
I know, me too. And I really feel bad if they're not even talking about me. Because this has become my issue now.
Yeah.
As a friend, I'm doing it because of the mere fact that I don't think any parent should be harassed.
Nope.
So I completely, understand where you're coming from, but sometimes you gotta step back and listen to what I gotta say.
Okay.
Because there's always different scenarios to everything.
Yeah, no, it's not just always as it seems.
Exactly. So that because you just fucking never know. There's fucking people that will try to fuck you over every fucking day.
Mm-hmm.
For all you know, it's a fucking patient. Maybe they see me in a dental office in the beach before where I used to, Who knows?
It could be a lot of things.
That's what I'm saying. You never know. That's why you gotta throw a couple of things out there. You can't just be fixated on one thing. But people crack. So.
Yeah. Oh no, it's good. It's gonna come. Things always come out, and somebody's gonna be fucking someone. They're gonna be running their mouth. That someone get mad at somebody, and start saying, "Hey, you know who this was?" And then.
Whatever it is, that's what I'm telling you. Just let me say things out of the blue. You know what I mean? Let me throw some stuff out there. Because you can't be fixated on just one thing. Because then it seems like you know too much, which we don't know shit.
I agree.
So if I say something, it doesn't mean necessarily I'm not a psychic. If I was a psychic, I would have fucking known who's harassing you or me or whoever the fuck it is. Because if there's a problem, that's the first thing. Because the next call is going to be the fucking feds. It is. Because it's too much.
Yeah. And that's like the next step.
So, but this is what I'm saying to you guys. Just listen to what I say.
Yeah.
Don't always go against it or take it to the heart. Don't make it seem like that's really what I mean. Read between the lines. And go with the flow.
I definitely will.
The sky is apparently blue, right? But some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds. Just let me say it. Got it?
Yep. I miss our old chats.
I know, me too.
I feel like we need fireside chats. Just sit by the fireplace and talk about politics. Eat bonbons all day.
One thing to never talk about to people is politics and religion.
Yeah.
You will never, ever.
Listen, the two things that I fucking can't stand? Religion and politics.
You'll always be my third favorite Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Should I have no motherfucking gas?
As long as T.I. doesn't convert.
You think he'll ever go for me?
I'm just saying, I don't want him to be Jewish. Then I got knocked down to number 4.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's going to be T.I., then Jesus, then Jesus is going to number 2.
Oh.
There's no way. There's no way. But okay, but if you had a choice.
I don't go to church every Sunday, but I do. I have my kids to pray. They have their little prayer at night,
But Mom, if you had your choice, T.I. or Jesus, right now, put it out there.
Ain't nobody
You can spend the night with Jesus or a night with T.I. Pick one now, quick.
It's a little scary to spend a night with Jesus. Like, what is he gonna let me know, and what is he gonna show me? Like, I don't want to know.
Are you just asking?
Everything.
You're trying to defend the fact that you'd rather spend the night with T.I.
I just don't want to go to hell for saying I want to go and sleep with T.I. instead. Like, I wear a bracelet that has like all the freaking saints and stuff. Freaking. Yeah.
I gotta get you one. I gotta get you one of those little bracelets with T.I.'s picture on it.
It's such a big, I swear to God.
You know I know you. Wouldn't it be awesome if they sold that? I swear to God I would buy that for you. You're like, oh, what saint is that? That's Saint T.I.
Like a regular store, and then like you see a fucking bracelet that has T.I. all over it. Yo, I'll fucking jump like out of the like, I swear to God. If that shit, like, a coincidence just happens too much, it's like, bro, I'll fucking jump off a cliff.
That's awesome. So I will leave that. Hey, is that number really tatted on your side?
Yeah.
Do you know that's been the code to my garage for the last like 6 years?
Oh my God, why? Can I ask?
And it's just, when I set it up, it just looked like an easy number, like the configuration. So that's where you got that number from?
Yep, I was like, I will never forget your quote. I was like, I'm going to be able to go inside this house whatever I want.
That's really, you know, when I was a kid, we used to write numbers down on our hands so we don't forget.
Nope, now I get my tattooed.
Great. You don't have like any, no cell numbers, social security numbers, like written around you?
Written, maybe some coordinates, which I really do want to get. I'm going to get the coordinates of where I was born. Like
oh, that's pretty cool.
That is cool, right? Isn't it like, I think that's like a really good idea, because I don't, like, yeah, I got like a freaking B, which like, you know, was a little stupid, but it's like a spur of the moment thing, and I wanted it, and it was cute, and it's like, you know, it looks good in my bag anyways.
Hey, it's just one B.
No, but it meant something too, like, you know.
Well, it's better than a mosquito.
But
fuck with the bee, a mosquito, no one cares. A mosquito, everyone just walks over and fucks.
You know what? A bee dies when they sting somebody. When a bee stings something or another bee, whatever, they die. You're just like, oh. So I love to fucking sting people.
Did you know the human brain weighs 8 pounds?
What? Again.
Did you know that bees can smell fear?
That bees can smell fear?
You ever seen that scene in Jerry Maguire where the kid keeps going to Tom Cruise and it's like, did you know that bees can smell fear? Did you know that the human head weighs 8 pounds? Yeah, he starts doing all that shit to him, but this one thing he says.
Do you know that your hand is supposed to be the same length as, your reach is supposed to be the same length as your feet, right? Or your length of your leg?
Head, yeah. That is your height.
It makes no sense. That makes no sense to me because my reach, like, I don't know.
Your wingspan, I think.
Your wingspan, sorry, yeah. Like, not like forward, like, yeah, wingspan.
Oh, where's your wingspan?
Sometimes, the blondness does get to me. It sinks into my head. But you also know that it is Friday. So that is so fucking weird. Isn't that kind of scary? That your shit is on my fucking ribs.
My garage door code? My garage door code's been there for like 6 years. So. Well, at least you won't forget.
That's a very significant number. I told you. How did you not know when I told you what I got? Like, you didn't even put two and two together. Like, you didn't, like, think about your whole.
I don't think
You've seen it. I showed you.
yeah. I think I was just trying to read it. I wasn't focused on the numbers.
Of course, yeah, no, it's Roman numerals. You're gonna know it. Okay, people are.
No, it's Roman numerals. I can't read Roman numerals.
You can't read normal. Read regular numbers.
I can read, they're numbers or Roman numerals?
No, both. You can't do either.
So I'm gonna put that stuff back in the,
Oh, by the way, my friend also said, like, I don't know, out of the blue too, he's like, you know what, we should just take a vacation this weekend.
wait, you're breaking up. Say it again?
My friend was telling me, he's like, yeah, we should just take like a little thing to take out the trip this weekend. And I was like, okay.
Let me ask you this. Do you want to, they called me again from the morning. So you want me to just tell them, negative, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll get something because I'm going to take pictures.
Yeah, do that.
I'm pissed off at his mother anyways, even though his mother has been calling me every fucking day.
All right. Yeah, I actually, I don't even think I called them back. It fucking pissed me off. It took a month to get back to me.
Yeah, no, do that shit.
I'm just gonna tell them, fuck it.
Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll say it.
Okay. Well, you guys will, you have fun. I never got a chance to go to Hallmark, so forgive me.
Okay.
But I wrote a little poem.
You're so poetic now.
Well,
You know, you buy your girlfriend teddy bears, and get flowers.
First of all, she wanted a Louis.
Yeah, but you bought flowers. Trust me, I see everything. You think I don't? Oh, I know everything. I know places to go to. I know stuff.
Oh, fuck. I did buy flowers.
Yeah. You're fucked. Remember the last time that shit happened?
What, the flowers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was like the one and only time. The one and only time I buy flowers. That's why I don't buy flowers anymore.
Well, you just did.
Well, I was in big trouble. I had to buy flowers.
That was a mix-up. I'm sorry, flowers.
That is I fucked up.
That's even worse. I said that's even worse.
I know, the only time. Yeah, look at the one time I bought you flowers. Okay.
Yeah, you, like, hello. That was exciting.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I thought it was pretty exciting. I think I'm a very exciting person.
That was exciting. Who knew the Lexus could drive so fast with a 1,200 pound ski on the back? I had a fucking jet ski on the back, and he had 2 kids in the back.
Yeah. Well, that was funny.
Looking back on it, that was funny.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, anyway, come by, and you know, when you come in, there's the laundry room to your left. In the laundry room, the top left, it'll be double bagged.
Okay. So my car won't leak, right?
Throw it in the trunk.
Of course.
Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, kiddo.
Shit on my face. But regardless, I'm playing the stuff, so whatever, if you do get out early or something, whatever, something changes, let me know.
I will.
Okay?
You got it. And if you think there's a chance you can go to the hospital, I could break out, but for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like maybe if I go swing by and then I'll go by the hospital or something, if I have time.
Okay.
Like I don't want to say stuff because it's Friday and I don't know how crazy it is if I actually have a lot of leave.
Okay, perfect. You got it. All right, have a good day.
I need to rent out places.
All right. I want good tenants in there, by the way.
Helping it out.
All right, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Bye.
Agent Sanford, if I could, I'd like to skip ahead to RR. Can you tell us about call RR?
It's on 5/13 of 2016 at 4:06 p.m. It's a call from Catherine Agbonwa to Charlie Adelson.
You could pass out RR, please.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a picture from it for the mechanic. It's $90 to alignment. So basically, I dropped another $400 just on the tires and alignment.
It's what?
$400 I've already spent.
Sully could order them and ship them. I mean, you're doing everything on your own and then bitching about how much it costs rather than have someone who's going to pay for it for you.
I'm gonna go over there and like, hello, the tires is already messed up. Like, what are you gonna do?
He will pay for it. He will get you new tires, or I will. So you want to do things on your own, and then you want to bitch about how much they cost, or you want to let someone else take care of it for you and just get it fixed for free. It's your choice. So you can't have it both ways.
Mean to me.
Because I will either pay for it or Sully will fix it for free. Then you go ahead and do it on your own, and then you get a bill. Like what?
But he was already starting to do it. I couldn't drive my car.
I got it. It's towing. I mean, or let Sully order the tires and pay for them and have them delivered there. They always order tires. They don't keep the tires in stock. They order them for every job. There's a million different types, shapes, and everything. So Sully will order them and pay for them, or I will through Sully.
I know, but I'm gonna tell him like, hello, that was like, but he knows I took her to another shop. Like he knows.
Call Sully now.
I don't have a picture yet. I want to be able to show him.
Okay.
I'm
At least
getting a picture.
Let him know what's going on and tell him you're getting text in the picture.
Okay.
Will you do that for me now?
I'm gonna do it now.
Okay. I mean, it's like you going to a different dental office and telling me that they charge you a bunch of money. I'm like, come to my fucking office. I'll take care of it for you. I mean, you work there. All right. Call Sully now.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Agent Sanford, that call was on May 13th, correct?
That's correct.
2016. All right, I want to fast forward to May 24th, 2016. Did you conduct an interview on that day?
Yes, I did.
All right, could you tell the jury about that interview?
Went up to Mr. Garcia's employment.
Okay. Everybody be seated. Let's take a proper, what you intend to get into, Mr. Kaepernick.
All right, so you went up to Mr. Garcia's place of employment. Did you conduct an interview with him at his place of employment?
Yes, I did.
And was that a custodial situation?
No, it was not.
Was he free to leave at any time?
Yes, he was.
All right, and what type of questions did you ask of him?
Just asked him about if he ever been to Tallahassee, if he'd ever gone any trips with Mr. Rivera.
Okay, and was the interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right, and have you had an opportunity to review it's been redacted, but the redacted recording of the interview?
I don't think I read the redacted portion.
Okay,
Redacted
well,
version.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll have to do that. But the interview that you listened to, was it a fair and accurate recording of the interview?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So if I've taken out portions pursuant to stipulation, the remainder would continue to be fair and accurate portion of the interview.
That's true. Yes,
All right,
correct.
Judge, that's the proper.
Does it have an exhibit number?
Yes, sir. It is 157.
Is there a transcript of it or not?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah,
You meant? And is this what's redacted or what, have a seat. Or what you're going, is this the entirety of it or the redacted version?
Redacted. And one correction to the record, Judge, states exhibit 156 is this.
So it doesn't seem like there's any problem with the conclusion of it, Mr. Sanguinet. So what's your objection?
Law enforcement approaches Mr. Garcia while he's at employment, therefore guarding themselves from having to employ Miranda. They do instruct him that he's free to leave, but he is at work. And obviously the perception of attempting to flee work while federal agents enter your employment is kind of, you're put in a situation where you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Then they inquire and they ask him questions about the trips in question, his relationship, or does he have a friend named Luis Rivera? His relationship.
What's your legal objection, Ms. Sanguinet? Get to your
It's
legal objection.
It's 403B. I'm sorry, 403. I apologize. I saw a federal agent in front of me and I started, I mixed up the federal and state rules of evidence. So it's far more damaging than it is probative. In essence, what it does is law enforcement goes to him and gets statement without conducting any kind of Miranda warnings in that very auspicious manner. And then they are able to get some information. It's not very conclusive. And then he asserts his right to bring to counsel.
Well, obviously, we're not going to have him
Of
do
course.
that in front of the jury. So,
Of course.
fine. So do you have some legal objection?
Well, in addition to 403, Judge, I think that it confuses the jury. I think that they hear portions of testimony and then it gets cut off. And the implication there is that he invokes.
All right, Mr. Koch, you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Given the fact that this is pursuant to police questioning, therefore it's testimonial and it implicates confrontation. There's also the other issue, and this goes back to our motion to sever, and if the court were to allow this evidence in, we would renew our motion to sever. That statement.
What does it say about your client?
No, Your Honor, it's entering in a statement that if Ms. McBanwell were in trial alone before this court, that statement of Secreto Garcia being questioned by the police would not be coming in.
That may or may not be true, but anyway, does it implicate your client? Does this statement?
Your answer, no, but I don't believe that that's necessary for the court's analysis.
Okay. Well, I would rule that objection and deny the motion to sever. So how long is this, Ms. Kaufman?
You're going to ask me that, Judge. I think it's, I do know. 25 minutes.
All right. Oh, we take about 5.
Redactions will be left.
What's that?
With the redacted portions.
You want to let Mr. Sanford look over what we're doing in the way of a transcript? Something else, Mr. Cost?
Yes, Your Honor. We've never been given this transcript either. Again, we have the same issue. The state is coming forward with something and expecting us in a matter of seconds to be able to review it for accuracy. It's part of the stuff that we were given, and I'm sure that there's going to be a certificate at the end of that transcript that this thing was produced weeks ago, if not months ago. I believe that the state's operating right now thinking that the court isn't going to do anything against them, and that's why this keeps happening over and over again. This is the definition of trial by ambush, that they keep doing this.
We'll take a few minutes.
I know. Those transcripts, right? I don't know.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. May proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
All right, so you were telling us about going into Mr. Garcia's place of employment on May 24th, 2016.
Yes.
What happened once you entered his place of employment?
I asked him if you could step outside and speak to us. His supervisor approached us, questioned us, asked who we were. I explained to her we just needed to talk to Mr. Rivera. I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia. We ended up stepping out in the hallway and started talking to him.
All right, and was this a custodial situation or was Mr. Garcia free to leave?
He was free to leave.
Okay, was the interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
How was the recording done?
I had a body digital recorder.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 156. Do you have an opportunity to review 156?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of the conversation you had with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 156.
Any additional objection?
No additional objections.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
States 156 will be admitted. You may.
Permission to make use of a demonstrative transcript?
You may.
All right, give them just a moment to pass those out.
Your Honor, same objection as to these transcripts.
Objections overruled.
For the record, we just received it now.
For the record, I have evidence to the contrary on that.
But attorneys, we're not going to argue in front of the jury, please. I think y'all know better than this.
Well, you may publish, thank you.
There's the traffic jam. No, we're good. Okay, yeah, you're not a good part of the bus control, but.
We do fine. Right now, we are cool. Yeah, but that's the. I have an office upstairs. I don't want to do it all. Y'all do, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, Luis Rivera, something like that. We got some information about something that happened a couple of years ago, and your name popped up in it. We're just trying to. Okay. All right. This happened up in North Florida, up in the northern end of Florida. Up there. You ever been to Tallahassee, Florida? No, never. Okay. Do you know of Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera, something like that?
Like I said, I know several.
Okay.
But at the same time.
Excuse us. Sorry about that. Okay. Is there one that you're friends with or anything? Do you hang out with or
You would
anything?
be like a little more specific as to what it is that
He's kind of short guy.
asking for, or why I might know him, or if I feel like if I can even say I know him, because from what my prior experience, I'm sure you know my name, you know exactly where to go.
Well, we found something. Yeah, we want to look
so,
right. You got a nice job and stuff. That's why we.
I got my business family.
And we found out you had kids. I didn't want to do this in front of your kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's bad enough doing it at your work, but I don't know where else to find you. It's either at home or at work. It's home two places know to come talk to you about. So I'm saying I don't want to freak your kids out and stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like that. What's it look like?
You walk a little further, maybe? Okay.
This way there aren't too many people.
That doesn't bother me, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
So why should I know or should I not know Louis Rivera?
Okay.
That's what I need to know.
Well, there's some information about some things that happened up north, and and your name was thrown out there. Some information just came to light recently that you and Mr. Rivera might have been, had something to do with it up north. Do you know Dan Markell? Do you know who Dan Markell is?
No, he's not like anybody I know.
Doesn't sound like anybody now. Okay. So you've never been to North Florida either. As far as taking trips up north or anything, have you
None whatsoever.
none whatsoever, never been up that way? Okay. Who do you live with right now? You live with somebody?
I live with my wife.
Yeah, okay, you're married. Okay.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
What's her name?
Why? That's, I'm not gonna really.
You man, and your name came up in an investigation, obviously, and that's why we're trying to get your side of the story to find out if there's any validity to it, if there's any, reason about it. Your wife works obviously somewhere and makes money herself. So, what kind of car does she drive? I'm trying to get you to talk to me about some stuff, and I can't tell you what our investigation is totally about, right? I can't just go into it.
That's just like a one-sided kind of.
I know, it's
not really fair.
I mean, okay, your name came out, like I told you, gotcha. Yeah, now you look like you're doing well for yourself, for sure. I know you
right now, it's kind of, that I get badged with an FBI. It's like, wow, this is not something I'm accustomed to, so obviously I'm on defense, and I don't think I should say anything more I want to say.
Okay.
But, if I can help, obviously I'd be more than happy to.
Okay.
I definitely don't want people coming over here to my job.
I know.
Because obviously right now that's stirred up, because when I got this job, I'm not the greatest person to have a job in financing.
Sure.
So right now, what you practically did was just take
You go back in and tell her you're a witness in a case, you go back and tell her,
I'm not going to go into
that
stuff like that, because then they're going to think, are they in litigation? Are they going to court? Are they getting audited? Is it something that I'm doing against my company now? So it's like pretty much you just shaded part of my French all over the little bit of character.
Well, we're trying not to. That's why we try to just whisper to you and then get you
understandable. I appreciate at least
we attempted to go the way, if that were your kids, we thought this would be the better.
The discreetness, but a phone call maybe, I don't know you.
Oh, we didn't know your number either. What's your phone number? Your cell phone number?
Once again,
Can I get that either?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to, but it's just, I feel like I should be a little bit defensive now, because, you guys showed up to my job.
I hear you.
I'm a little upset, actually. That had to happen.
I hear you. We got a job to do. We got to
and I respect that. I respect that. I'm talking to me, so it's like, and then recently, it just doesn't feel right now. I don't know. I mean, you guys seem very welcoming and nice and everything you do. You very do.
We didn't come in here.
Yeah, I know.
Like I told you.
Beat me up, dragging me out of my job.
Like I said, it's totally voluntary. You're not under arrest. We're here just talking to you and stuff, and we're just trying to find out. We got some information, and we're trying to find out if that information is even valid at all without ruining your life here.
I travel to Orlando. I go to Disney.
Okay.
I go to LA. I've gone to Dominican Republic, my family, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rivera is a little short. Short Hispanic. I think he's got some tattoos and stuff. I mean, you know a lot of guys you hang out with. I mean, there's a lot of them like that. This one got locked up in jail. He's in prison right now.
Okay, but my name is very different.
It is. It is very specific. There's not a whole lot of people with your name out there.
So
that's how we were able to find you so easy, because somebody gave up your name.
Okay.
Do you have a nickname? Is your nickname Tudo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know Rivera as Tato?
I know
Tato.
I know a Tato. Yeah, my uncle's Tato too, though. So.
Okay, but do you know a Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera as Tato also? Okay.
Luis Rivera, yeah.
Okay.
I know several Luis Riveras.
Okay.
So just keep it like that, because I don't understand where you're going with this.
Okay, well, I want to find out who this guy is and find out exactly what his deal is. If you're tight with him or not, if you've been with him a lot, you used to hang with him.
Yeah, no, I haven't been with nobody a lot.
Okay.
I'm always with my wife, my kids.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I'm like daddy of the year, actually.
Awesome.
I even babysit.
How old are your kids?
9 and 4.
Oh, awesome. A good age, man.
Yeah, boy and girl.
Boy and girl got one of each, awesome. Having those ages, man, it's pretty cool. They're out of that diaper stage, but they can still do their own stuff now.
She sleeps without diapers. So.
Really, no, that's awesome, man. We can sleep through the night now and don't have to worry about it.
We always sleep through the night.
Oh, okay.
So what can I do to, obviously we have to, there's some issues that you want to speak to me about. I feel like I shouldn't speak any more than I have to because for some reason I don't want to be collateral damage or even something to something that I have nothing to do with.
Right, if you had nothing to do with it, that's what you need to clear your name with and
but still, for me to clear my name on something I don't know anything about.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. We got a bunch of stuff at the office that I can sit down. If you want to go to the office with me, sit down and I can go over some stuff, some documents and stuff like that and find out if you know anything about all this stuff. So you have to be willing to come down to the office with us.
I wouldn't go without an attorney, obviously. I don't know, because that just sounds wrong.
Okay.
Just it's like you have a whole bunch of stuff on people that just saying that came and said
you might be able to help us out. You might be able to point us out and say, yeah, I know this person, they were doing this, they were doing that.
Yeah, I wish I could, but I'm not really that guy. I'm not.
Well, sorry. We're just talking. Thanks. Now, you know what? It really helped clear some stuff up, man.
I have my attorney call you guys.
Who's your attorney?
I don't know yet, but I want to call.
Oh, okay, you'll have one already. Okay. I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong, man, you don't have anything. Well, I hear you, man. I hear you. I hate to leave this hanging like this, so.
I know, man. I hate it too, bro. You telling me I gotta do my job.
I know.
It's not hanging right now. When I walk back in there, the array of questions is gonna be ridiculous, right?
Tell them everyone. That's why we won't talk in front of them. We're not gonna put you out there like that.
To my desk. That's why my manager started. My supervisor out eating breakfast.
Right.
My supervisor comes up and she does it because nobody's allowed inside the financial office because we have people's personal information and now we're PCI compliant. People's accredited, we can't have.
So I have walk-in people come in and talk to you. It's all through the phone.
Yeah. So when you guys came in, obviously, me and Sabrina talked to you. She's like, this is not allowed.
I got you. I got you.
So
I got you. Well, that's our mistake. We didn't realize what the hell I said up in there. I didn't want to call your manager and say, hey, with the FBI, we need to talk to, we're trying to get around her so she doesn't, she don't let us screw your job.
No getting around her.
I can tell.
She does her diligence.
Yeah, I can tell. That's why I wanted you to step outside so I can show you my credit and not show it to her.
Yeah, but it could have been a disgruntled.
I know, I understand her reason. I totally understand. I know. But you can see about what we were trying to do. We were trying not to put you out there with your manager.
I got you. I understand that. No, I know what I seen what he done. That's why I said, okay, I'm not going outside with this guy. I don't know if he's somebody we lent money to, he defaulted on, he wasn't happy with the terms. He might shoot me in the hallway.
Oh, you can see it. See it in my shirt.
Yeah. Very plain, big gun too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't, I'm not going to go without an attorney. I mean, I understand it, unless you're telling me I'm under arrest and you're taking me to jail. I want to help you guys. I really do. Okay. Anything I can do to help you, I would be more than happy to help you, but I'm not going to just put myself in a position where I might not be helping myself.
I got you.
It might not work out for me. I don't like that whatsoever.
I got you.
I mean, I don't.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can resolve this by staying here in this hallway. So you haven't been to Tallahassee and you don't really, have you taken any trips with Mr. Rivera, with Tato?
No.
You ever been anywhere with him?
No.
No. Do you know what his phone number is? I mean, stuff like that. And your old phone number, stuff like that would help us.
No,
I mean,
actually,
might clear things up. If, we know what phone you were using and what phones other people are using during time periods, it would help us out. You can tell us his phone number, stuff like that.
Nowadays, by writing the phone number down, do you really remember any of your friends' phone numbers by memory?
Not anymore. It's an old art. Yeah, it's an old art.
It is. I know my mom's number,
Yeah. Ones that people have for a long time. But your own phone number, you remember your own phone number?
I changed my number a couple of times too as well because me and my wife were separated for a while. So I was with some other girls and couldn't come back home with the same number.
When were y'all separated? How long?
For about 2 years.
Wow. Back together now? Awesome.
Yeah, the kids,
Absolutely. That's good though, man. It's good for the kids for sure,
Mm-hmm.
Kids, there's arguments both ways, but kids need both.
Yeah.
It's tough on kids.
Kids are number one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool, man. That's impressive you got back to it. Yeah. It's, you know what it's like, man. So that's cool. So y'all been back together. And we caught y'all apart for 2 years?
Yeah, about even more than that, a little more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's all right though. It is what it is.
I hear you, man. I don't want to keep you from your job here. I just, I hate to leave this.
I don't want to go back to my job now. It's like right now I'm in a position that I don't even know what I'm going to say when I get back in there. Because it's like I don't have anything to say. I don't know what to say. But
I hear you, man.
the FBI came and asked me questions about some Spanish Latino guy that's short with tattoos. And they wanted me to know if I've taken trips with him. That's like odd questions. And it's, it's like, no, obviously, but it's still scary to me because I don't know what you guys want.
Right.
What people are trying to tie me into.
Yeah.
Because the FBI don't just come around asking people questions. I watch enough suicide. Yeah.
And and like I said, if we knew if we thought you did something, it wouldn't be me here, standing here, coming up to your work, just talking to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're just trying to get information from you. That's why we're trying to get you to help us. You know what I mean?
But it's just, at my expense. I understand you guys are trying to do something, but right now, you guys just,
I hear you. I'm just trying to think of ways to clear this thing up, man. I mean, we had somebody call in and gave us your information about something that happened up north. I'll go ahead and tell you about it. There was a homicide up in North Florida, part of Florida up there. Did you ever hear about it, Dan Markel?
A homicide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No.
Okay. You hadn't heard about that murder or anything? You know anything about? Ever hear it on the news or anything?
No murder.
Okay. Okay.
Would you like me to collect the transcripts?
Please.
All right, so that interview was on May 23rd of 16. When was
May
Mr.
24th.
I'm sorry,
What
May
you said.
24th of 16. Thank you, Judge. When was Mr. Garcia arrested?
On May 25th, the following evening.
All right, so the day after the interview.
Correct.
And were you present for his arrest?
Yes, I was.
And where was his arrest?
It was in Hollywood, Florida, in a gas station right off the interstate.
All right, and was Mr. Garcia in a vehicle, or was he driving a vehicle at the time of
Yes.
his arrest? What vehicle was that?
The black Lexus.
Same black Lexus that Ms. Magdanoa was arrested driving?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Question.
Special Agent Sanford, good afternoon. Okay. So, as a member of the FBI, it would be safe to say that you have other relationships with other agents in the FBI?
In the FBI, yes.
So an agent from Tallahassee could call an agent in Miami and say, hey, listen, I need information about one of your investigations, about a current investigation I have, and they usually want to help you out?
Generally, yes.
Now, you indicated that you started your investigation. One of the things that you first investigated was Luis Rivera's affiliation and association with the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
That's not one of the first things I investigated, no.
Let me rephrase it. Is one of the things that you investigated Luis Rivera's gang affiliation with the Latin Kings?
Yes, I did not investigate that association. I talked to the Miami FBI and Miami ATF about their investigation.
And you indicated on direct examination that Mr. Rivera is currently serving a federal RICO sentence, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what RICO stands for?
Not off the top of my head.
Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organization. Sound about right?
That's right.
And the RICO in this case is the Latin King Association. That's the reference that's being made in his federal indictment. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And would it be fair to say that you had access, because of your relationship as an FBI agent, to the actual FBI case file in his Latin King indictment?
No, because it was actually investigated by the DEA and the ATF.
As an FBI agent, could you call DEA or ATF and ask for their assistance?
Yes, I did.
And you did that in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And did they assist your investigation or did they hinder your investigation?
I guess you could say they assisted it by providing me with information.
Well, let's talk about that. They showed you a copy of the indictment, correct?
No, I don't believe I ever saw a copy of the indictment.
Well, would you agree with me that the copy of the indictment in a federal RICO statute where Luis Rivera is a Latin king, correct?
Correct.
And it was a Latin king indictment, correct?
There was other Latin kings indicted with it. Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And actually, there was roughly 19 Latin kings, including Luis Rivera in that indictment, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
It's not my word. I'm asking you.
He said he didn't see the indictment, Mr. Singh, and maybe weren't listening. Did you hear what he said?
I must not have caught it, Judge.
Okay.
All right. So you have access to the federal case file on Luis Rivera's federal indictment, correct?
No, I can't just pull up somebody's case file. That's incorrect.
Maybe I didn't ask that the right way. Were you able to gain access to it?
No.
Were you able to gain access to the wire intercepts on this case?
Yes, they provided me a copy of the wire intercepts.
Okay. And the copy that we're talking about is the federal government listening, just kind of like you were listening to Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanow's phone calls, right?
That's correct, but it's DEA and ATF doing that.
But it's the same thing. You're still listening to calls, right?
But it's specific people who are allowed to listen to them. Just not everybody in the federal government can go listen to somebody else's calls.
But you got a copy of these calls.
I did.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
Okay, so you have in your possession, now do you recall, would it be fair to say that the calls were from October 2014 till December 2014? Does that timeline sound about right?
I think it was November to December, I believe, from my recollection.
Do you not recall a specific call on October 23rd that was part of the wire intercept, that was part of the factual proffer in this case?
I don't know which call you're talking about.
Is there anything I could show you that could refresh your recollection?
If you tell me what it's regarding, I might.
Okay, in Luis Rivera's case, there was a call that was intercepted by Luis Rivera seeking the assistance of other Latin kings.
You're saying ask for a different method of repression.
Would you like to see a copy of the factual proffer with what I'm specifically referring to?
Outside the scope of direct examination also, so I'll sustain all three objections.
You listened to all the phone calls on the wire intercept, correct?
That's incorrect.
Did you have people in your team listen to all these calls?
Not all the calls. All the calls dealing with Luis Rivera, we did.
You'll agree with me that the wire intercept in this case is in the latter portion of 2014, correct?
Correct.
Within a few months of this murder for hire, correct?
That's correct.
And you're telling this jury that you didn't listen to every single phone call that Luis Rivera, one of the main perpetrators in the government's theory, a cooperating defendant, you didn't listen to all those calls?
We listened to every call that Luis Rivera was involved in, not every call that the entire wire was involved in, because it had, like you said, 20 people involved, and there was hundreds of hours of calls.
But you understand that they intercepted Luis's phone.
And I said we listened to every call that Luis Rivera was involved in.
Maybe I didn't ask it the right way.
Okay.
So you listened to every one of King Tato's calls, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, ask the answer.
Sustain.
During that time, do you know if he called King Wanjma?
Objection, relevance.
Well, Judge,
Sustain.
did you or any one of your team attempt to interview any of the defendants on the federal indictment?
No, we did not.
And you'll agree with me, at the time that Luis Rivera was arrested, all 22 people on the indictment had pled guilty on that federal indictment.
I'm not aware if every one of them did or not. I'm not sure.
Did you have the ability to conduct these these interviews?
Yes, we did, but we didn't want to burn our chance for the wire by doing that.
You didn't want to burn your chances on the wire?
Correct.
The
On us having an upcoming wire. That's correct.
Did you attempt to interview these people after the wire?
No.
During your investigation, did you learn that there were over 100 Latin Kings under Luis Rivera's North Miami tribe?
Didn't learn that number. I knew he had a tribe.
Were any members of the tribe interviewed?
I'm not sure.
Now, Luis Rivera goes to federal prison in 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And you began, and at this point, would it be fair to say that he's already a target in your investigation?
At which point in 2015?
By the time he pleads guilty and goes to federal prison, is he a target in your investigation?
That's incorrect.
No, I'm asking you, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay, he's not. As a federal agent, you prepare specific reports when you do an investigation. They're called 302s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as the case agent in this case, from the federal perspective, you would be in charge of collecting all the 302s. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm not in charge of collecting them. People are responsible for
Providing
submitting
them?
their own,
Okay.
correct, into the case file.
Well, would it be fair to say that the case file's in your possession?
No, it's a digital case file, electronic.
How many 302s were prepared in reference to this case,
I don't know.
roughly? Was it more than 100?
Probably.
About 150, sound about right?
Maybe less.
And how many of those 302s, and a lot of these 302s were in references to interviews that you guys did, right?
Some of them, yes.
Like the people from the car rental place, right?
That's correct.
Shadrick Nobles, right?
No, I did not do a 3-2 on Shadrick Noble because he was recorded.
Okay, what about Mr. Rivera's girlfriend? You remember her name?
Mr. Rivera's girlfriend?
Luis Rivera's girlfriend.
His baby's, Jessica?
Yeah.
Who you're referring to? Yes.
Did you do a 302 on her?
I did a short 302 on her, but I think she was recorded too.
And by recorded, do you mean like audio recorded or video recorded?
Audio recorded.
So just kind of like you put like a tape player down and you push play?
No.
But more sophisticated than that?
No, there's different, the Tallahassee Police Department records theirs. We generally don't unless we have permission from our supervisor.
So you're saying that Shadrick Nobles was videotaped or audio taped?
That was videotaped by the police department.
And Jessica Rodriguez was just audio taped?
That was just audio taped.
Was she put on notice that she was being audio taped?
No, she was not.
So you interviewed Jessica Rodriguez, who was Luis Rivera's baby mama, correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview, and you know that Luis Rivera at the time of the arrest was the first crown or the Inca or the head of the North Miami tribe, correct?
The time of what arrest?
At the time of his arrest.
By us or by the?
Both.
Feds? I didn't even know who he was when he got arrested back
Okay.
then. Didn't even know who he was at all.
But you learned during your investigation that he was the first crown of the Latin Kings, correct? Of the North Miami tribe.
North Miami tribe, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to interview the second crown?
No, did not.
The enforcer?
No, I did
The
not.
secretary?
Nope.
And is that because the Latin Kings are known to have a code of silence?
No, it's more because we had no information that they were involved whatsoever.
Now, there's a portion of Luis Rivera's interview that you did. You did multiple interviews with Mr. Rivera, correct?
I believe so. I believe it was 2.
So there's one on September 30th of 2014. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, 2016. I said 2014.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
It was 2016.
And during that time, you're there, right?
That's correct.
Detective Ison's there, right?
Yes.
Obviously, Luis Rivera's there.
Yes.
One of his lawyers is there.
Correct.
Was it it's a father-son team?
I believe it was the father.
Okay. The father's the guy with the gray hair as opposed to the shaved head?
Correct.
Was Ms. Kappelman there?
Not in the room.
Okay. Well, when you say not in the room, what does that mean?
She was in the building in another room.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that she was part of this process?
Part of the process of the proffer?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, at this point, we know that Mr. Rivera has taken agreed to a plea deal of
19 years to run at the same time as his federal sentence, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Were you part of the negotiations between the government and Mr. Rivera's defense team with regards to what the outcome of his sentence would be if he cooperated?
No, not at all.
Were you present when any of this occurred?
No.
And Ms. Kappelman and her team are kind of remotely located while you're talking to Mr. Rivera and his attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And since you're not recording it, would it be safe to say that there was back and forth going on between law enforcement and the attorneys in the case?
I think only at one point, maybe.
So the
But
answer
no,
is
there
yes?
wasn't
There was back and forth?
just one time.
Okay. So at one time you went there and they came back?
That's
So
correct.
back and forth?
Yes, we took one break, I believe.
And would it be fair to say that one of the things that you guys were doing during that time is assessing his credibility?
Yes, that's fair.
And at this time, would it be safe to say that Mr. Rivera had access through his attorney to parts of the discovery?
I don't know what he had access to.
As a special agent with the FBI, is it normal in law enforcement investigations that once someone's arrested, the prosecution gives them evidence?
Yes, that's true.
Any reason for you to believe that this is not one of these normal cases?
That he didn't get discovery? No, there's no reason to believe that.
And will you also agree with me that your conversations with him on September 30th was kind of like your first impression of speaking with him?
Yes, we were just gauging his truthfulness.
And that's because just like you played a tape of Sigfredo Garcia that we just listened to from May 24th, correct?
Correct.
You guys went to see Luis Rivera while he's in federal prison in Coleman, right? It was Coleman?
It was Coleman.
Okay. About a week before that, right?
That's incorrect.
Mid-May?
No, that's incorrect.
When did you first go see him? Take a look at your records.
Our first, I don't have the dates with me, I don't believe. But it was definitely after we talked to Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
It was definitely after. We didn't talk to anybody until that day we talked to Mr. Garcia.
All right, so I'm sorry. So after May 24th, but before June 1st, would that sound about right?
Yes, oh, definitely.
Okay. Because he was arrested in Coleman, correct?
Yes.
Luis Rivera was.
He was, I guess, served with an arrest warrant, not by us, but.
Right, because when
He
you're
was
in custody, you don't really get arrested. They just let you know, hey, you've got another problem, right?
Exactly.
And that's what happened here to Mr. Rivera,
That's correct.
correct? And before that happened, you went to federal prison and you had a conversation with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you asked him about his involvement in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you he wasn't involved, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that that interaction with him was also not memorialized on video or audio, right?
That's incorrect.
It was memorialized
Yes, it was.
on audio, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry, maybe I should have said it better. On video, right?
Not on video.
Not on video. And you'll agree with me that the way someone talks while they're talking is something that people take into consideration when you're determining someone's truthfulness, correct?
Sometimes correct.
Yeah. So September 30th, kind of your first real conversation with Luis Rivera. He's there with his lawyer. You're evaluating how he reacts to your questioning, because would it be fair to say that you were cross-examining him or interrogating him during this talk?
That's incorrect.
You were just listening to a side of the story?
That's correct.
And obviously, we can't show the members of this jury that interview because it wasn't memorialized on video, correct?
All right. So I think he needs to answer that question. Was it recorded?
No, sir.
And about how long was this interview?
Just guesstimating maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Do you have a report that you could refer to that says interview starts X time, interview ends X time?
I know Investigator Isom completed a report, had details about the interview on it, but I don't remember if it has the times on there.
Now, the October 4th statement by Luis Rivera was recorded, correct?
That's correct.
And are there 31 days in September? No, okay. So October 1st, October 2nd, October 3rd, and then October 4th. So 4 days later, 4 or 5 days later, a few days later, you guys set up another interview where you flick on the camera and voila, right?
That's correct.
And you'll agree with me that this second interview, there is some, it's memorialized, right?
Correct.
And it's memorialized not just on audio, but also on video, correct?
That's correct.
And you'll also agree with me that on this October 4th day, it's Luis Rivera once again, yourself, Special Agent Isom, a court reporter, and the same Collins, the older gentleman, correct? The older of the two Collins?
I don't believe there's a court reporter present.
There
But the
wasn't
rest
a
of it,
stenographer sitting at the end of the table taking down notes?
no, I believe she was with the defense attorney.
Oh, okay. So there's just another lady in the room?
Yes.
Okay. And so you recorded one, but you didn't record the other, right?
That's correct.
And why was that?
Because to start with, the state attorney's office, that was their request. They didn't want it recorded to start with. And then after we did it, they came back and wanted it recorded. But we generally don't record our proffers in the federal system at all.
Right, yeah, I know, but this isn't a federal case, right? This is, sir,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
This is a state case, we're in state court, right?
Right.
And you understand that there's a difference between a federal prosecution and a state prosecution, correct?
There's some differences, yes.
And you'll agree with me that there was 2 interviews and one was recorded and one wasn't, right?
That's correct, yes.
May I? May I approach that?
Right.
Special Agent. I'm showing you a CD that I showed you earlier today, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you know what this is, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is the actual October 4th interview between yourself, Agent Isom, Luis Rivera, and his legal team, correct?
That's correct.
And you've reviewed this?
Skip through it quickly.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you first took it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the defense moves what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Check the hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'll re-enter this at another portion to another witness, Judge. Now, that video shows Luis Rivera's body language, right?
Sure.
Okay. It shows the way he responds to questioning, right?
Yes.
It shows whether or not his attorney jumps in and starts asking questions to assist his client, correct?
I would disagree with him doing it to assist his client. I think it was to assist the investigation.
Okay, but you will agree that if we watch the video, this jury could draw that conclusion from this house, correct?
They could draw that for themselves. Yes, that is correct.
Because they'd be able to see the actual video itself, right?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know how many times Luis Rivera's attorney objected or interrupted your line of questioning to redirect the questioning in that interview?
No, I don't.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll withdraw my ruling.
You can answer that question, sir.
No, I don't.
Now, one of the things the prosecution asked you about was if he made any mistakes, right? If Luis Rivera had made any factual allegations that were incorrect. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I think one of the first ones that the prosecution proffered to you was there was a speeding ticket that Luis Rivera received going north from Miami to Tallahassee, where I think he got the ticket in Gainesville around mile marker 375 or something like that, right? Sounds about right?
Sounds about right.
And in his testimony, he thought that occurred not in the June trip, which the records show, right?
That's correct.
But he believed it was in the July trip, right?
That's correct.
And he also believed instead of it being on the way up, that it was on the way down, right?
I don't remember it being on the way down. I think it was on the way up.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Right. You know what would clear that up for us? Would you agree that a copy of the video, playing the video?
Saying that is very inappropriate. And jury, let me explain. Generally, what people say outside the courtroom is hearsay. That's why I sustain the objection to the video. Now, if there are things in there that are inconsistent with what Mr. Rivera said in court, the defense is free to bring that out. But that's my ruling, and you should not be worrying that there's something nefarious going on. He's free to bring out what's inconsistent, but the full statement is hearsay and inadmissible. You can proceed, Mr. Sanganer.
Thank you, Judge. So he got the date of the trip wrong, correct?
That's correct.
And he also indicated that my client was the one driving the vehicle the whole trip up, correct?
Which trip?
The June trip.
The June trip? I don't recall off the top of my head. I have to look at the video again.
You'll agree with me that Mr. Rivera had indicated that there was a substantial amount of drug use that occurred on that June 4th trip, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Going up north?
Correct.
You also agree with me that his timeline was way off, right?
Not sure what you're referring to there.
Sure, no
Give me some
problem.
specifics.
Mr. Rivera said that he believed that he arrived in Tallahassee around 5 a.m. Is that correct? Early in the morning?
I believe so.
Like super early, like between 5 and 7?
I don't remember if that's what he said or not.
Is there something I could show you to refresh your recollection?
The video, or if you showed me Mr. Investigator Ison's report.
I'll tell you what, I'll get back to that.
Okay. You're referring to the first trip, right?
Yes, sir. The
Okay,
June 4th trip.
it'd be Investigator Ison's report then.
So you questioned him about that first trip, correct?
Yes.
And other than that error, what other errors did he have in his testimony that didn't comport with the facts?
On the June trip or just overall?
Well, we're just, right now, we're gonna talk just about the June trip.
Okay.
What other factual inaccuracies do you recall that he made during that proffer?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Is there something that would refresh your recollection? Would it be to watch the video again?
Sure.
Was there any evidence, any physical evidence, that Luis Rivera was the one that took that trip from Miami to Tallahassee?
The first trip?
On June 4th.
Physical evidence that he took it?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have phone records from Luis Rivera's cell phone, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you had his number, correct?
That's correct.
And he confirmed, by he, I mean Luis Rivera, that the number that you had was in fact the number that he was using, correct?
That's correct. Correct.
Okay. And you were able to confirm this because I assume when he got arrested, Mr. Rivera was arrested with 2 phones, correct?
I don't know what he was arrested with.
Would it be fair to say that when you started your investigation, you contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office and asked them to be able to observe or borrow the evidence at hand because his case was over at that point, correct?
The phone that he had during the time of the trips up, he had already gotten rid of well before he was arrested.
Did you look to see what the new phones were regardless?
The new ones that he was arrested with?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we did.
Let's talk about phones just real quick. You were part of obtaining Charlie Adelson's iCloud, correct? Were you involved in that portion of this investigation?
I was part of the investigation, but I did not do the search warrant to get his iCloud.
But you're aware that you received, or the government received, Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
Yes,
correct?
I am aware of it, yes.
And you're also aware that the government received, and that's because Charlie Adelson had some sort of device that comports with an iCloud, right?
That's correct.
Like an iPhone or an iPad or iOS or whatever it is, correct?
That's generally how it works, yes.
And we also got an iCloud for Miss McManula, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's because she had an iPhone or whatever comports with having an iCloud, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're aware at the time of this incident, and I assume this comes through the cell records, that Mr. Rivera also had an iPhone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you pull his iCloud information?
I believe they did, yes. Not me personally, but yes, TPD did.
And by they, who do you mean?
The tech unit with Tallahassee Police Department.
Did they provide you with a copy of the iCloud information?
I don't recall. I know that I was told that there was nothing there, but I might have seen it. I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
So just so I have this clear, someone from a tech unit called you and said there's really nothing in his iCloud with regards to this case?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, you said there's nothing there.
Right.
Okay. What does that mean, there's nothing there?
That means there was nothing obtainable on it. You didn't either have it turned on where it was sharing with the cloud or not saving, or it got deleted.
So all the data was gone?
If there was data ever even there. Or if there was very little there that didn't amount to anything. I'm not sure which one.
You're aware that the law enforcement, you guys pulled phone records for Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that there were, during the time period from, I believe it was early 2014 till late 2014, during the subject portion of the conspiracy, almost 10,000 text messages that were on Luis Rivera's handset.
Which handset?
His cell phone.
Which cell phone? The one that he had at the time of 2014?
Well, the one that was part of or relevant to the conspiracy.
No, because that phone was dumped and gotten rid of.
But you guys pulled the phone records.
Right, but there's no text messages involved in the phone records.
So you can't call AT&T and ask for how many text messages Luis Rivera made if he was an AT&T subscriber, right?
They can give us an idea of the number of them, but not the content.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the number.
The number of them, yes.
So there's about 8,000 of them?
I have no idea.
Okay. Special Agent Sanford, you were part of a detail assigned to drive up and down Florida with Luis Rivera looking for the dump side of the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated there was a lot of bridges.
That's correct, there are.
Between Tallahassee and Miami. And
Correct.
that Luis Rivera took you guys out for 2 days, right?
2 different days, correct.
Back-to-back days?
I don't think they were back to back.
Close in proximity?
Fairly close.
Between September 30th and October 4th?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
So there's a second one after? So there was one in between the statements and then one after the final statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Rivera drove in the backseat of a government issued vehicle?
It was a van.
Right. Okay. So not like a police car, right?
No.
So it's a van and he's sitting next to his attorney, right?
Correct.
And I know this because there is button cam evidence of Detective Ison, right?
Correct.
Taking this journey, right?
Correct.
All right. And I mean, was there a way that you described this journey in the past? Like, would you consider like maybe a wild goose chase?
It was trying to find evidence. I wouldn't call it a wild goose chase, no.
And you finally got to a bridge that Luis Rivera said that's the bridge, right?
Not the first trip. That would have been the second time that he believes he found the second one, yes.
Well, so the first time he believes it's a bridge, did you bring like a team to do a search, a full search?
Not the first trip. He did not ID a bridge on the first trip.
Okay. And so how many hours do you think was in that ride? A few hours?
Several hours.
Okay, like 1, 2, 7?
No, we went past Tampa, so it's 5 hours down and another 5-6 hours back.
All right. And during this time, did you give him prison issued food, or did you guys stop by like a McDonald's or some sort of fast food for him?
We did stop somewhere along the way and had to get him something to eat. I think his attorney actually got it for him, though. If I'm not mistaken. I don't recall exactly.
So kind of like a treat. Like he didn't have to eat standard issued prison food, right?
I wouldn't call it a treat, but okay.
Have you eaten prison food before?
No.
So on the second day or the second trip, he stops by a bridge and says, this is where I think the dump is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you then call in a whole team that comes and analyzes the area, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how many other law enforcement officers came to the scene?
The first time, maybe 10.
Okay. 10 officers from Tallahassee, or would you just call local detail?
It's Tampa. It's the Tampa division. It was in their division, their territory.
Right. And so they lend you about a half a dozen police officers, and they started doing their search, right?
They're federal agents, yes.
And then, right, federal agents, law enforcement, I'm sorry. And then there was a body of water. Obviously, it's a bridge in close proximity, right?
Correct.
And so you guys called out dive teams, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these dive teams came from Quantico and Miami, right?
I believe so, correct.
May I approach, Judge?
Show you listed marked as defense exhibit 5. Do you recognize this?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize this picture?
No.
Well, can you describe, was there a firearm that was recovered?
No, there was not.
There was no firearm recovered in the search?
No, there was not.
If there was a firearm recovered, would you have been put on notice?
At my search, yes, absolutely.
So you had one search that resulted nothing, correct? Negative results?
Correct.
And then you had another search that also resulted in negative results, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were there any other searches at any other bridges that resulted in finding a firearm?
Somebody told me that the state attorney's office investigator conducted a search of another bridge. I was not present for it.
So he was 0 for 2, and then so were you put on notice if this is one of the bridges that you crossed during your trip with Mr. Rivera?
Put on notice of which bridge?
Right. I mean, you drove up and down the coast of Florida with him, right?
Correct.
All right. And pretty much hit as many bridges as you could think of, correct?
Correct.
And he came up with 2, and he went no gun, right?
No, that's incorrect. The same location was the same bridge. We did a search on the land, the same area. When we didn't find anything on the land, we came back to the same location and searched the water. Okay. It was just one bridge that he alerted me to.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that that one bridge yielded negative results?
That's correct.
Okay. And then were you put on notice on how this other bridge was found? Was this
Sustained.
Are you familiar with did you question Mr. Rivera about where he thought the gun was disposed?
Yes, on the trip.
Okay.
And during the interview too.
And this, would it be common for a Latin King to dump a firearm in the middle of nowhere?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During your investigation, did you do any due diligence to make a determination of how Latin Kings dealt with
I
firearms?
was sustained the objection. Move on, please, Mr. Sanford.
All right. So we talked about, one of the things that you talked about is that part of your investigation, you were
were able to find out that my client purchased 2 cars and a motorcycle, I think, between a month and 6 months after the incident, correct?
That's correct.
And we know that because there's documentation with regards to these purchases.
That's correct.
And one was for a 94 Monte Carlo, correct?
Correct.
And on that piece of paper, the person that my client purchased the vehicle from, it has their information. There's a former title.
I believe so, yes.
Did you contact or did you have anyone that worked for the FBI follow up with the person that sold the 94 Monte Carlo to Sigfredo Garcia?
No, we did not.
Because you understand that one of the issues in this case is the price of the vehicle, correct?
Price of the Monte Carlo?
Yes.
No, I wasn't aware that was an issue.
Well, let me ask you a question. In the October 4th interview of Luis Rivera, does he give a guesstimate of how much the purchase price was for the vehicle?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that that's substantially less than the Blue Book value? I'm sorry, was substantially more than the Blue Book value?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
It's the same.
Did you determine what the Blue Book value of the vehicle was?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not offering it. I'm
The
sorry.
question is, did this agent determine the Blue Book value of the Monte Carlo?
Correct.
You can answer.
I personally did not look at it.
To your knowledge, did anybody in your team?
I believe somebody else on my team did.
And would you agree that if the Blue Book value and the price listed on the title paperwork, if there was a huge discrepancy or any discrepancy at all, the best way to determine the actual value paid would be to contact the person that Mr. Garcia bought the vehicle from, correct?
That would be a possibility.
And was that done in this case?
Not that I'm aware of.
All the same. Well, let's see here. Now, there was a purchase price put for the motorcycle on the paperwork, correct? On the title paperwork?
I don't recall if there was or not.
Do you recall if this purchase price had any discrepancy with Mr. Rivera's statement?
I don't recall.
And you also agree that if you wanted to, because they have the name of the former person that sold the motorcycle to my client, that a call could have been made to verify what the purchase price was?
It's possible.
And lying to a federal agent with regards to, and anytime you lie to a federal agent, that's a crime, right?
It can be.
It's a federal statute saying that if you lie to a federal agent, federal law enforcement, that's a federal offense, correct?
That's correct.
So if these people, when questioned by federal agents, didn't give a right answer, they'd be committing a federal crime, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, the old Nissan that he purchased 6 or 7 months after the murder of Dan Markel, you'll agree with me that this came from a website. The title shows it came for Nice Cars for Less, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall if you contacted Nice Cars for Less to see how much my client put down or what the total price was?
No, I did not.
All right, now let's get to the bump. All right, the stage performance by Special Agent Jimenez on Donna Adelson. Pardon me. Okay, and you'll agree with me that two people had their numbers intercepted, right?
Correct.
Okay, that would be Charlie Adelson and Catherine McMahon, right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. McMahon was on trial here today, correct?
Correct.
Is Charlie Adelson?
No, he's not.
My client, though, is, right? Secretary Garcia?
Yes, he is.
Was there a Title III, was there a wide intercept on Mr. Garcia's phone?
No, there was not.
You'll agree with me that Mr. Rivera indicated, let me rephrase it. You learned that Mr. Rivera had said that Sigfredo's like his brother, right?
Right.
You'll also remember that when you approached my client the day before you arrested him, you asked him about his relationship with Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you believed, and you guys had a good faith basis to believe that my client and Luis Rivera had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there's a note given to Donald Adelson, right?
Yes.
This note is the basis of gathering information by stirring up concerns, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this piece of paper, based on testimony of Agent Jimenez, and I believe you, shows a picture of Mr. Markel, correct? An article about his untimely death, correct?
Correct.
And
it purportedly has Ms. McManus' name on it, right? Katie?
No, it does not.
It doesn't say Katie's name on it?
No, it does not.
Okay. Does it say my client's name on it?
No, it does not.
So it doesn't say either Katie or Tuto on the paper, right?
No, no, it does not.
Did you guys take a photocopy of this paper, of this very important document so we could show the members of this jury?
We have a copy of the article. I did not take a photocopy of the actual one where we wrote the amount and the phone number on it. Failed to do that.
Okay. So we don't have that, but what we do have is we have video, right? We have multiple videos, security surveillance, a huge operation that you guys did with regards to sending this message, right?
That's correct.
But we don't have the message, right? We don't have the piece of paper, or at least a copy of it, that you gave to Donna Adelson, right?
We have a copy.
Sustained.
So we have video surveillance of Agent Jimenez going up to Donna Adelson, right? And in that in that interaction, he specifically names Katie, right?
Correct.
And he specifically names Tuto, right?
Correct.
And Tato as well, right?
Correct.
And at that time, Tato, which is King Tato, Luis Rivera, he's in prison, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So putting a wire intercept on his phone would just be an exercise in complete nothingness because that phone's not working, right?
Correct.
And the majority of federal inmates, when they make legal calls, it's through the prison system and all those calls are recorded, right?
Correct.
Unless you set up a legal call with your attorney.
Correct.
Or some sort of thing that you do through the prison, right?
Yes.
But you're also aware that inmates oftentimes have phones that they're not supposed to have, correct?
Correct.
And that's not an uncommon thing. You get caught with a cell phone in prison, you get something called a shot. Are you familiar with this? Like a violation of sorts?
I know what a shot is, and it depends on the violation.
Just saying.
Well, my question here is this. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility if somebody wanted to reach out and have a phone conversation with Luis Rivera while he's in custody that wouldn't be recorded.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes, it's possible.
And out of the two people that are named by Agent Jimenez, Katie and Tuto, my client, based on your investigation, who would be more likely to make that call to Luis Rivera?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Who was closer to Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia or Katie McManus?
Sigfredo Garcia.
Right. Now, where's the summary? Do you have a summary on it? No, it isn't. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry, Special Agent Sanford. Just getting my notes. Okay, so the bump happens April 19th, 2016, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the first call from Charlie to Katie happens on April 19th, 2016, right? You can refer back to your summary. I just kind of want to get a understanding of what's going on here.
That's correct.
And at that time, he kind of gives a very vague overview as to what's going on, right?
Correct.
Okay. Not a lot of detail.
No.
Correct. And it appears that they are setting up, and by they, I mean Mr. Charlie Adelson is asking to meet with Ms. McManus to have a face-to-face conversation, right?
That's correct.
You indicated during direct examination that certain messages like WhatsApp or, WhatsApp video calls or
encrypted messaging is something that you would not be able to capture on a Wiretaps. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you'll agree with me that there is a lot of stuff that's actually provided during this wire intercept, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if somebody wanted to use a messaging app or a vehicle to shield them from being observed, they would do it consistently, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, they would have the ability to do it, right?
Have
It's not
the
like,
ability? Sorry.
because you made a reference that you believe that there were certain times, certain things were said on WhatsApp that you guys can't see, right?
Correct.
But then there's a ton of other stuff that you do see, correct?
That's correct.
So that means that the person that once using another known encrypted communication device reverted back to regular phone calls, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go to K, if you could,
Okay.
which is the first phone call that's memorialized on April 21st. And this call, I believe, is from Ms. McBanawa to my client, correct?
That's correct.
It's early in the morning, around 8:15 in the morning.
Correct, yes.
Now, will you agree that it appears that they have already discussed, or there's been a discussion about a specific number, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Well, let me go to, these are already back, these are already in evidence, right? Especially when these are already, Judge, these are all already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Do you have the transcripts in front of you, Special Agent?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could I show you my transcript to refresh your recollection? Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Zimmerman. This is called K.
Yes, it's called K825.
What page?
I'm going to page 4. Lines 19 to 23. Go ahead and take a look at those when your recollection is adequately refreshed. Let me know.
Okay.
May I approach again, Judge?
You may.
So now that I've showed you the transcript that was already been admitted into evidence as call K, what I showed you was communication between Ms. McBanawa, who says, you're going to tell me I'm going to make a call, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that suggests that they previously had a discussion with regards to this incident, correct? To this,
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
right? I mean, it makes it sound like they've already talked about this, right?
Right.
Okay. And what does Sigfredo Garcia immediately say after she asks him to make the call?
He says he's not going to.
And he just doesn't say that. He uses emphatic profanity to say, I'm not going to make that effing call, correct?
Correct.
And they continue to have it. And you'd agree with me that it's a confrontational phone call, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me it's 8 o'clock in the morning, around 8:15.
Yes, it was.
And then at the end, Mr. Garcia says, I'll make the call, emphatically again, but this time saying, instead of I'm not going to make the call, which appears to have been what he'd said before, right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to make that call, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any phone records showing that Mr. Garcia made any calls?
Made any calls to who?
Okay, well, that's the question. To anybody. To any, no, let me say this. Did he make the call to the number given by the special agent?
Yes, he did.
Okay, did he do it on April 21st?
No, it wasn't the 21st.
Right. What about April 20th?
Are you asking me if you called on April 20th?
Yes, sir, I am.
I don't believe so.
So Charlie calls Katie,
Anyone
right,
else
who's at
this
this
time
point,
comes
you'll agree with me,
forward
in a relationship with my client?
Correct.
Okay. Are they living together?
Mr. Garcia?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So she knows about it, goes home to her husband. Do you have any calls between Secreto Garcia and the bunk number on the 19th of April? Yes or no?
No, not on the 19th.
The 20th of April?
No, I don't recall.
The 21st of April?
I don't believe so.
And if there was a call between Secreto Garcia and this bump number, you'd have a record of it, correct?
That's correct.
Because there is a record of it almost a week later, correct?
So I'm trying to look for the date.
I got the date right here. It is
That would be helpful.
April 28th,
Yes, that sounds correct.
8 days later, right?
Yes, correct.
Do you have any phone records of any calls between Secreto Garcia and any known Latin kings between the 19th of April and the 28th of April?
Direction, relevant.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that if somebody, as what it appears in the bump, threatened my client, the client of his wife, and purported to have a relationship with the Latin kings, that my client may know other people to call?
Direction, also speculation.
Sustained.
You'll agree with me that on July 19th, Luis Rivera called another Latin king to try to find Secreto Garcia, right?
July 19th.
The day after the homicide, during the purported pickup, the money pickup, right?
You said Luis Rivera called who?
I'm asking you if you recall what Latin king Luis Rivera called to try to find Secreto Garcia.
Not off the top of my head.
Would there be something, if I could show you to refresh your recollection?
Anthony Ortiz.
Does the name Anthony Ortiz sound familiar?
It just came to my head. It was, yes.
King Anthony, right?
King Anthony, yes.
Another member of the Latin Kings.
Correct.
So your evidence shows that Luis Rivera, when he was looking for Sigfredo, called another Latin king, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this other Latin king, your evidence suggests, called my client to find him, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So did you attempt to see if any calls were made between Sigfredo Garcia and this other Latin king, King Anthony, between April 19th, on April 19th, 2016?
On April 19th. I didn't do the phone records. That would be Sergeant Corbett who did all the phone analysis.
As, I guess, the federal case agent in this case, would you be put on notice if certain things took place?
For the most part, not everything. But
did you guys look, or did you ask to look? Let's see if there's a connection between King Anthony and Sigfredo Garcia.
I'm sure that we looked at some point. I just don't recall off the top of my head.
Right. And so can you tell this the members of this jury if there were any phone calls made by Sigfredo Garcia to King Anthony on April 19th?
I don't recall, but I don't believe so.
What about April 20th?
Not that I know of.
April 21st?
Not that I know of.
April 22nd?
Not that I know of.
Anytime in April. Well, and this is the same King Anthony that Luis Rivera, purportedly my client's best friend, called to help find Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Supposedly, yes.
Well, you have phone records of it.
That he called him. I don't know why he called him. I'll have a conversation.
Right, but who told you that?
It was Mr. Rivera.
Luis Rivera, right? And you believed his testimony, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Overruled.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to text messages a week later between Catherine McManawa and Sigfredo Garcia. Now, the phone calls that you guys had the jury listen to were, with regards to my client, there's one on April 21st, 2016, There's another one on April 21st, 2016. And then the next is April 26th, 2016. Does that mean that my client and Ms. McManoa didn't have any telephone communication between that time?
No, that's not what that means.
That simply means that these are the only phone calls that you have elicited to show this jury, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about number R, text message. I think it's call number or reference number 1195. On April 26th, around 9:52 in the morning, year 2016, Ms. McManoa sent a text message to my client. You recall that?
I see it here, yes, I recall.
And in that text message, she asks or says, makes the statement, need to talk to you about something else, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that they were talking about something not related to what she's going to ask about now, correct?
That's what it appears to
That's
be.
pretty much the suggestion.
Correct.
6 minutes and 10 seconds later, my client responds, right? At 9:58 and 28 seconds.
Yes,
Call
that's
number S, another text message, 1205 for the record, right?
Yes, correct.
Special agent?
Yes,
And he says he was, right? That's the first thing he says. He was.
yes,
And then he says, whatever. And then he puts a period, correct?
correct.
Whatever is going on with you and your homie is your business. You guys work that shit out. Pardon my language. That's not what he said. Pardon my language. I'm saying it. But that's what he writes, right?
That's correct. That's
And then he responds by saying, don't text me. Now, who do you believe your homie is? Is that Charlie Edelson?
Is there some of, I can't hear you, Ms. Kevin.
Speculation.
Joining that objection.
Is there a response from Ms. McBattle to this text message?
No, not that I know of.
Now, there's a call from Charlie Adelson to the undercover, right?
Yes,
And in this call, he says something to the effect of, and I'm going to paraphrase and I'm not quoting anything, but he makes the assertion that he doesn't know who Tato or Tuto is, correct?
correct.
You're aware, Special Agent.
Excuse me, Judge, Mr. Zangada.
Yeah.
If you're looking for one of our exhibits, there you go.
I'm putting on the overhead on the Elmo. Well, that's where we are. And on this call, when Charlie Adelson calls the number, right, he finally calls the number himself, and that's after a call is placed to the business, right? Or a message is left by the undercover to the business.
That's correct.
And you recall the day that this call takes place?
The dock button.
Yes.
Far left.
Which call are you talking about?
I'm talking about-
You talked about two calls.
The call that I'm talking about is the call that Charlie Adelson makes to the bump number.
To the undercover agent.
Right.
Yes. It is on 4/28/16.
From April 19th to April 28th, when Mr. Charlie Adelson actually calls the number back, do you have any actual communication between my client, Secreto Garcia, and the number for the bump?
No, there's not.
You indicated on direct that my client did call once, correct?
That's correct.
And hung up and didn't leave a message,
Correct.
correct? Is that consistent or inconsistent with Catherine McManus' description of how my client's call went with the undercover?
That particular call that she was talking about, I believe it was inconsistent, if I'm not mistaken.
And because her testimony, and it's in the record already, and we have a copy of it in the wiretaps, is that my client left a very threatening, angry message, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree that that would be the kind of message someone that's being potentially extorted would leave, right? An angry message.
Speculation.
At any point, did my client call the number for the bump and threaten the person?
No, he did not.
Now, in actuality, here we go. Defense exhibit, and I believe this is Ms. McManus' exhibit, defense exhibit 12 is from Charlie Adelson's cell right in his iCloud. And this is a call that occurred on 4/25/2014. Now that's 2 years before this, correct? Here we go. You see right up there, boss, in the top right-hand corner?
2 years before what?
Right. Well, that message, April 25th, 2014, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McManus occurred on April 24th, 2014, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that, let's go over it real quick. It says, and this is from Mr. McManus to Mr. Adelson. Did Tuto call your phone? You see that, right?
Yes.
Her response, his response is, what is that? What's that right there?
No.
No. Did he ask who's Tuto?
No.
And she responds, I'm sorry, this is still him. He goes, actually, he did. Right?
Yes.
Referring to Tuto, right?
That's what it appears to be.
He invited me to go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. Is that making a reference to taking someone out in the middle of the ocean?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustain,
Are you familiar with that saying?
sustain. Move on, Mr. Sangaday.
So in these messages, in 2014, Charlie Adelson clearly knows who Tuto is, correct?
It appears that way.
And when he calls the person from the bump, and it's also clear from that text message that he's inferring some sort of animosity between my client and him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that when Charlie Adelson calls Special Agent Jimenez, lies to him.
Correct.
Now, there's also communication in the wire intercepts where my client indicates that the phone didn't work, right? That that he tried to call and nobody picked up, right?
Yes, correct.
Was there always an answering service or a voicemail for that phone?
There wasn't always a voicemail set up on it.
But other than the hang up that you have, which occurred, I believe, when the voicemails took place, that one phone call that you have that took place on April 28th, had Mr. Garcia called that number anytime before that?
No.
In fact, one of the phone calls that Mr. Garcia has with Ms. McManus, my client tells Ms. McManus, why don't they call the police, right?
Correct.
Is my client being extorted for $5,000?
No, he's not.
Is Charlie Adelson being extorted for $5,000?
Yes, he was.
Now, there's a call. Let me go to it. It's GG And that's a phone call between Charlie to the undercover, correct?
Correct.
And during this call, the agent suggests to Mr. Adelson that the family was taking care of Katie and Tuto. The family has taken care of, it says was, but I assume it has. And nothing has been done or taken care of with Tato, correct?
Correct.
And what they're doing here, what you're attempting to set up, is suggesting that Luis Rivera was not compensated, right?
Correct.
At this point, you'll agree with me that Luis Rivera hadn't been cooperating at this point, right? I mean, he hadn't even been arrested, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's impossible for him to cooperate. And you don't find out until end of September, early October, what Luis Rivera purports to be the payoff in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And the payoff in this case, based on Luis Rivera, is $100,000, right?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that what's written, well, the piece of paper that was given to Donna Adelson, you are alleging that the number $5,000 was written on it, correct?
Correct.
And that's consistent with what's in the wire between other people, right?
That's correct.
And you'll also agree that your agent indicated that my client and Ms. McManus had been taken care of, right?
Correct.
And the reference there, or the insinuation there, is financially, right?
Correct.
And you go from $100,000 number, which is what's purportedly paid by Luis Rivera, to a piece of paper where you're asking for only $5,000, right?
Right.
And that's because at the time, $5,000 would be about right for the number for a situation like this, correct?
No, that's not why we came up with that.
Is there a random number, a payable number?
It was a payable number, and we knew there was little things that was being taken care of along the way.
Well, you had the Adelson's bank records at this time, right?
Correct.
All right. Multi-millionaires, right?
A lot of money, yes.
Right. I think you're one of the experts for the government testified that Charlie Adelson during this time period was making $3 to $3.5 million a year, right?
I don't know what was testified to.
Okay, well, does that sound about right? That price, that amount of money he was making?
I know he made a lot of money, yes.
And for a regular person, $5,000 is a lot of money, right? I mean, it's a lot of money.
Sure.
But for a wealthy person, that's not a lot of money, right?
Correct.
I mean, Charlie Adelson drives a Ferrari, right?
Right.
Pretty new Ferrari. He had a high-end Mercedes, right?
Right.
Lived in a dope house, right?
Correct.
Right. Have you seen his house?
Yes.
And have you seen where Miss McManus lived?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty different, right?
Yes.
One is kind of a low scale, low income, low rent apartment, right?
I wouldn't call it low rent, low income. No.
I'm sorry. It's not high end.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm putting it in perspective.
Okay.
One is up here, right?
Yes.
And one's down here, right?
You can
From a perspective standpoint.
Sure.
Wealthy guy, working Joe, right?
Sure.
We're gonna need to get the jury break. We'll take 10 minutes. Hey, check in at home. Tell them you're gonna be a little late tonight. Either side need it.
Yes, sure. Just a request.
Question?
Yes, Your Honor, just to gauge how late Your Honor plans to go. If I am going to be doing my cross it is going to be several hours. It would be long, so I do think that this witness would have to come back, but I have a lot of setup to do with respect to the electronics and demonstratives. I don't know if the court's plan is to have Mr. Zangan finish today.
Kind of thinking, well, Well, we're gonna at least finish Mr. Sanganet's cross before we break. We'll see where we are then.
I don't have much.
All right, give me 10 minutes.
Random guy from the hood, right?
Correct.
And his description was like super generic,
Yes.
right? Some black guy with dreads from the hood.
Yes.
Is that a good lead?
No.
Okay. Did you believe that that's where he bought the gun?
It's possible.
Like, did you think that it was more likely that he got it from another Latin king?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Luis Rivera rented the Prius on the July trip, yes?
Correct.
According to Luis Rivera, it was his gun that was used in the homicide, yes?
Yes.
The only hotel reservation you have for that trip was a room rented by Luis Rivera, correct?
One of the rooms.
And then you have one rented by Shadrick Nobles, right?
Correct.
A gentleman that purportedly lives in his own car, right?
Correct.
Someone that picks up drugs for other people, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, did you do a search to see how many other nights Shadrick Nobles got rented a motel in Tallahassee?
I did not personally.
Right, you just went to that one night, right? That one night that he said, and you found that he stayed in a certain motel, right?
Correct.
Did Luis Rivera did he mention pulling out a firearm on 4 people inside of a hotel room?
Sustained that earlier, sustained objection, that Ms. Sanganet. Please don't try to go around my rulings, please.
I didn't mean to,
Well,
Judge.
thank you.
And once again, who's the only person that claims that my client shot Dan Markel? Is that Luis Rivera?
That's correct.
All right, well, I thought it might be longer than that. Mr. Hakas said he has several hours. I don't know that we want to go to 8:15. If y'all rather go home or, I was hoping to get the state's case done today, but I don't think that's realistic. So we're gonna break for the evening. Be back here at
For watching with me.
8:45.
It seems to have been a long
We're
afternoon with
progress, not as fast as I'd like, but we're making progress. All right?
I
Y'all
hope
have
you
a good evening.
enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.
Everybody be seated or
Stay blessed. And that's it for today.